Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
Dahil hindi Anglican police service nothing.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy, I'll just say it, happy April Fools to y'all. Told you I was going to be late, and then I was late. That was not April Fools at all. It was just late. Good morning, Francis Fitzgerald. First in chat today. Congratulations once again. You are my friend. First of all, a habitual offender. Breaking the law, breaking the silence of the morning, the stillness of the morning. You're talking in chat before anybody else. And for your promptness and punctuality and lack of punctuation, we're going to punish you. Everything IP-related worldwide is your responsibility. Congratulations, Francis. You win again. Good job. Yes, it's a beautiful. I know. Do you know how I know it's a beautiful day? I know it's a beautiful day because I just drove from Greenville to Ayden with my window down, driver's window down, which I rarely do. And I wasn't planning on doing this morning either, but I don't normally drive Chip. That's our Nissan Armada, right? I normally drive I call it my, I don't have a car anymore. There's my son's car and my wife's car, and that's all we have. I don't have a car anymore. So I was driving my son's car, which used to be mine at one point. I think I'm still on the title. I was driving. I'm like, it sounds like one of the windows is down because it's whistling as I was going on the road. And so I thinking, let me just check and roll up the windows. And I'm doing it blindly because you just sort of feel around while you're driving, you just sort of feel around for the buttons. You start pushing them and it's like, oh, that's the door lock. It's got to be a different one. And so I bump the driver's side down button, which is like once it knows that you want the window down, it's like, I'm taking it down. It's like, I'm like, no, that's not it. And I try to stop it, and it's like, and I'm like, I let go, and it's like, it keeps going down. I'm like, and it's just going down and down. Finally, I'm like, it's having problems. Like, the window should not go down this slowly, nor should it keep going down when I don't want it to go down. And it did, and it stopped with like an inch left. And I'm trying to raise it up, and it will not go back up. It will not go up. It's like it's off the track or something. I'm like, no, how could this be? Yeah, it goes, those are the sounds it makes. But lucky for me, I have gaff tape. And I know that you can just put a couple strips of gaff tape on it and pull on it and get it back up. And I did that this morning. So the window is fine. It's fixed. At least it's back up. It might not go down and back up again, but it's up right now. So if it rains, we're good. The reason I was in Greenville is because I got a call from a lawyer downtown. And when I say downtown, there are 2 federal buildings. There's like the federal building, the annex, and then the county courthouse. And right between those 3 is his office. That's where he's at. So I get a call from. Hang on 1 second. Let me see if I can send this to you. Wait. I need to rotate. Done. Now I can send it. All right. I get a call from him, and he's like, wonder if you can help me with something, because he knows I do IT and computers and cameras and all that. And I'm like, sure. What you got going on? Because I've also talked to him a little bit about possibly streaming a case that he does. He's a defense attorney, great defense attorney, does some good stuff. Let's see, this one open there, this one open there. Hang on just 1 second. ATEM Software control. Media. Downloads. We're getting there. Okay. Now I just need a space to put it. How about right there? Ding. So I'm asking him, I said, what do you need help with? And he says, this. Need help with this. And for those that don't know, that's a USB drive. This particular one says on it that that's a 256 gigabyte USB 3.0, and it's stamped with the insignia of the Department of Justice from the United States Attorney's Office. He was like, I've got some discovery issues I need you to help me with. And I get there, and he's like, actually, I've got two things. And he's also got 2 terabytes of video, mostly like undercover drug buys, sting operations, things like that. Surveillance. He's like, I need to open these. So that's how I was down there. I was helping him with some computers to, with his computers. It would be wrong of me to access any of that. Although from the standpoint of a hired tech help, it would be perfectly legal. But anyway, it's all discovery for a couple federal cases he's got, and so he needed some help. Turns out that my most helpful advice involved him spending $800, and so once he does that, he'll call me back, and then I'll fix it a little more. But that's the way the morning went. So I went down there to help him, and it was just fun to see the discovery and see it come in, and a little behind the scenes. Apparently the Department of Justice, at least I think it's like the Southeast. I forget what division they are, but they're all Windows folks, and he's a Mac guy, and it's just a simple operating system error. All their discovery files, they're encrypted with a Mac readable program, or with a program that's specific to PCs, and all that. So we're going to get them sorted out, get his discovery available to him, and then he can, make an educated motion at hearing. But that was where I was this morning. So I did not have time to organize an April Fool's joke for y'all. I know in previous years we told you we're going to be straight politics now. We're switching the channel to, focus on more political courts, which would be great, especially today if we did. Because, man, for the first time, and this is as far as we're going into it, for the first time in the history of the United States that we know of, a sitting president is going to attend court listening to the Supreme Court hearings. So if you happen to be one of the few lucky guests who get in and listen to Supreme Court hearing going on today, which we won't go into all the stuff they're doing, it's immigration issues. The president's going to be there as well, which is interesting. It's never happened before. But there's also something really awesome that's happening later today, that I think is cool, and that is that we're taking realty and, building, residences to a new level. Like we have for so long, we've just been building on land and maybe a little bit underwater, but very little, islands, but we've been building houses on land. We're scouting out land on the moon. Later today, we're sending Artemis 2 up into space. It's going to go around, not for the can we get there idea. We already solved that with Apollo. We can get there, we can get back. But Artemis 2 is going to go up there, and it's looking for a place to build. I'm sure there's a realtor up there who's like, oh, this is so going to be my listing. I claim all of this in the name of whatever, Century 21, or whatever the real estate company is. So, yeah. So that's going on up above. So if you're lucky enough to get the opportunity to watch that launch, that's really cool. Never before will we have sent astronauts as fast as they'll be going today, and never before have we sent them as far as they'll be going on this trip. So cool mission. It's awesome to see the space program back and doing great things. Now, that said, happy April Fools. We've got court watching to do. We have to do, they can build the next Dollar General. Dollar General sponsors the Artemis 2. They've got their first couple boxes of goodies, like the spicy Cheetos and everything are going up on the first trip just to prepare for everybody. So the corner store will be ready. All right, welcome everybody. I secretly hope it gets delayed till tomorrow so I can watch. We have some birthdays to celebrate today, and we've got so much going on that we need to get started now, or else we will never ever get done.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. I got a so for my daughter who's now up for adoption. Just kidding. And 1.5 for my son who's still up. No one's claimed him yet. It's hump day. We're halfway through the work week. It's Wednesday. For those of you who are counting down to the weekend, you are halfway there. But let's celebrate the rest of the way by singing happy birthdays to these fine folks who have today to celebrate. And you know, every single one of them started out life hearing a joke. Carolyn, Debbie, Gina, Bina, Martine, Noonie DJ. I'm going to say Noonie DJ. And Tony Zamora. Tony, hey, what's up, friend? All of you started out life with hearing a joke, and it was one of those. It's a boy / girl. Just kidding. It's a girl / boy. The doctor on April Fool's probably played one on your parents. We just gave him a little heart attack right there at the last minute. That's where I'm guessing how your life started out, and you've probably heard some variations of that throughout your life, as your special day was everyone else's prank day. So for those who have had to suffer with that, we're going to sing a special birthday song for you. It's the same one as everyone else gets, but today we just call it special. And April Fools. All right, everybody, join with me if you're able and it's legal. Stand up, take a breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with a neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. All right, here we go. Add Sebastian to the list. Oh, this is so hard. Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Carolyn, Debbie, Gina, Bina, Martine, Noonie, DJ, Sebastian, and Tony Zamora. Happy birthday to you. I'm a big fan of getting everyone's name in one verse. Carolyn, Debbie, Gina, Bina, Martine, Noonie, DJ, Sebastian, and Tony Zamora. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. A new list, happy birthday to you, too. There are many wonderful days, but today's your special day, and I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully, we can return that joy back to you, make your day just a little more special. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. I almost stopped at, most of the U.S. calls it calls it not Cracker Barrel, calls it Carl's Jr., but here in the South, we still, and I guess in the East, we call it Hardee's. It's the same store, but like half the country has one name, half the country has the other. I almost got their sausage biscuits this morning, like the sausage gravy and biscuits. Oh my goodness, they just do it right. It's so good. But I remembered my doctor yesterday giving me all sorts of flack for apparently not being in the ideal weight range. And so I had one muffin for breakfast. That was it. I just had a muffin. I said, I'm good. I'm not hungry. I could eat all the rest of the muffins, but I'm not going to. And I also didn't stop and get that delicious sausage gravy. Anyway. Not only that, yesterday, I went on a bike ride. Went on about a 7.5 mile bike ride because, I've been exercising weekly. W-E-E-K? No, W-E-A-K. Beautiful drum solo. Been exercising weekly, so I thought I need to do a little better on my exercise. I've got to be around here for a few more years. There's many more court cases I'd like to watch. I don't want to be healthy for it to watch, so I'm trying to put a little more effort in. And I did a lap or two around the neighborhood down to the post office and back, but I had to stop. I'm like, wow, I can't go as far as I thought I'd be able to because the battery was dead on my e-bike. I had to swap it out for the new battery so I could continue. But I did pedal like hard, like really hard. I was racing cars. We've got a 30-mile-an-hour road, and it's fun to pass cars. It's fun to pass cars on that road. So anyway, I pedaled, and my legs are actually sore. I did exercise. It wasn't all battery. No, I'm not selling e-bikes anymore. And as a matter of fact, I'm not even a big fan of the one I have. I might even sell it. It's first of all, it's not helping me with exercise at all. Well, very little. I think I got the equivalent of jogging down to the corner and back out of that 7-mile bike ride. But anyway, good morning. Let's jump to court so we can start watching. We've got a couple people. I wanted to check in with Middleton. I wanted to check in with Judge Simpson, who's got stuff going on right now. Let's do a quick pop in and see where Simpson's at first. Oh, that's not him. Let's try this one. He's in 7.
Here's going to be the problem. The problem really is, before I grant that, Mr. Lay, can I get a new ticket? I mean, because otherwise what's going to end up happening is he's here. He's going to have to come all the way back from Ann Arbor.
Actually, I'm in South Lyon now, Your Honor.
South Lyon?
Yes, sir.
On purpose?
That's even
no,
worse.
I'm kidding. Don't answer.
On purpose.
All right. So it's going to be, I mean, I get that it would be reissued. It's going to be reissued. I prefer just to put it out, get the ticket reissued and just have him come back at 1, or he's going to have to come back in, if anybody's following what I'm saying.
I'm following,
Well,
Judge.
I don't know how we're going to get the ticket reissued in that short amount of time.
Why do you have to give him another ticket?
My time is I was just going to file a complaint, summons, and then clear the whole issue.
Tonight. Folks, he has another ticket
What is it, Judge?
from 2024 for the same charge that is properly written under local ordinance. I don't know if you're aware of that.
And that's an open case, Your Honor?
Well, it's actually in warrants data. I was going to have to do something today with it. So there already is a 2024, and it's the case number on that. It's 24-1-0399, which is a driving while license suspended, written by Pittsfield, written under the local ordinances check. So it's written under local ordinance. So I don't know if that changes anything in terms of what we do today.
How long ago?
Or not.
Given that, Your Honor, I believe Mr. Laywood's wanting to have the same resolution possibly in that 2024 case as to the other ones.
Possible spice. We're trying to find it here. Okay.
Shit. I think we have it resolved.
What are we doing?
On both cases.
Okay. What are we doing?
So, Your Honor, as to the 241-0399 case, Mr. Siller graciously offered double parking, civil infraction, to which Mr. Lay would like to take.
That's correct.
Double parking on the 24 case.
On the case, there's no.
What are we doing on the other case?
Also, discuss that.
And no objection.
Wait, yeah. Although he really watched.
Had a great time.
Huh?
Had a great time.
It's been a blast.
Josh, I'm trying to find out how long ago the spice was in Chris Simmons' court.
On that case, technically, I had to cancel his warrant.
The one yesterday in Texas, was that the pro se guy?
Bless you. Who did that? Yeah. Okay, bless you.
43, thanks. Oh, that's all the way back.
Got no way, everybody.
Okay.
Cancel his warrant in that case. And then, as technically, I guess, then as to the arraignment, you're waiving formal reading.
Wait formal reading, my client stands mute.
All right.
And then every waive formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea as to that charge.
Double parking. All right. We're going to jump. Double parking is getting people off the hook.
Camelot Apartments versus Zachary Layton. Are they here?
Mr. Layton's out there. Bot was here.
Oh, okay. I did see him. I'll call that later. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. FR Lansing versus Michael Flanagan, 26-00613.
Oh, he's on that one too.
Oh, he's on that one too. Got it. Oh, Brown and Brown. Got it. Winter Flats versus Adrian Evans, 26-01320. Have your appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Section Hart P69542 on behalf of plaintiff, Ventnor Flats.
Your name. Okay, I have a consent judgment today. Judgment entering consent. They have passed to amount of $181.38. Please pay the rent. Pay the rent. Pass through rent.
No, Judge. Pass through rent $2,792. Court cost of $181.38.
Everything else on here is blank. It just says $181.
Oh, I apologize, Judge.
Yeah, that's why I was.
I get that. Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll call that when you're finished. Okay. What matters, Mr. Woody, here on? On which one?
Edward Rose, Waverly Park.
Edward Rose versus Isaac Benson. That one. 26-01362. That's a flat out dismissal. Not a conditional dismissal.
No, it's just a straight dismissal.
He has vacated. Got it. Thank you. Counsel, which matter are you here for?
I'm here for Captain Commons versus Lauren Walker. We have a conditional dismissal signed.
Sorry. Didn't I just do an eviction with her last week? Did I miss it? I do remember. Did I do an eviction? She did an agreement. Oh, no, I think they were gonna do a conditional dismissal based off an agreement you had, correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. It was a last chance agreement. Got it. That's exactly what I remember. Okay. State your name for the record.
Jay Day, P36820 on behalf of plaintiff.
And your name, ma'am?
Lori Walker, Your Honor.
Okay, so I remember using this last week. There was an issue or concern regarding use of a key fob. There was a last chance agreement, and it was supposed to be put into a conditional dismissal, which I do have here, and an attachment to the last chance agreement. For the record, your position is that you have not been responsible for making, well, giving access to this other person to the property. Is that my understanding?
No.
That's not my that's not accurate.
I guess that's what
You're saying you're not responsible for his access.
I'm not responsible for him stepping on the premises.
No, that's not what you told me last week.
Okay,
Yeah, last week you told me that he was at the property when you weren't there and that you're not the one giving him access.
I didn't access. But see, they just run, Your Honor, they when folks come in.
I'm not lost on how it works in an apartment complex.
Sorry.
I grew up living in an apartment complex. I had a key fob to get in. I know how it works.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you, and people didn't get in on my key fob.
Why not?
So, and people didn't get in just because I opened the door. If you didn't live there and I opened the door, I didn't let you in. You can call whoever you're looking for. But what I'm asking you, because you represented to the court that you lost the key fob and you reported it lost, and that they're holding you responsible. Are you still, is that still your position?
No, because I found my key fob.
Okay, so then, so what you said last week was not accurate. You are taking responsibility for someone else getting access to the property. And that's the basis of this last chance agreement.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Okay, so it says here that based on this last chance agreement, the matter will be dismissed today. Any non-compliance with the attached agreement is grounds for for the plaintiff to move forward with a judgment against you. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and you signed this last chance agreement.
Yes, Your Honor.
You actually signed this or entered this last chance agreement. My understanding is it before you even came to court.
Yes, Your Honor.
Before you were advised of your rights.
Yep.
Before you knew that you had the right to an attorney.
Yep.
Before you knew that you had the right to proceed to a trial.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do you want to proceed with this last chance agreement? I think they did that way for on purpose.
Okay. Well,
You had the right to be, they initiated an eviction against you, then ran and entered into an agreement the day before you're supposed to be advised of your rights. If you want to withdraw this contract, we can do that at that time. This is the only time I'm allow you to do that.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
You understand your rights.
Yes, Your Honor.
No one's forcing you to waive your rights.
No, Your Honor.
No one's promising you anything other than what's stated here to get you to waive your rights. You have 3 business days from today's date to return to the court and request to have this set aside if you later realize you misunderstood your rights, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll get you a copy of this paperwork. Any additional matters for the record, counsel?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. You're all set.
Have a blessed day.
Same to you. Back on the record of Flats versus Adrian Evans, and it says here, past due rent to retain is $2,792 plus court costs, $181.38, for a total past due $2,973.38, that you can pay that or vacate of the property by April 13th, 2026, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney at this eviction proceeding?
No, I did not.
Okay, did you have a pretrial?
Yes.
Okay, so we advised you of your right to be represented by an attorney. We played a video, you remember that? Oh, you weren't listening? Oh, I went on the record and asked you, did you understand your rights? You told me, yeah.
My son is listening.
Sir, I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you about your rights. If no, we're not doing that. I asked you, you talking over me. I asked you a direct question for a reason. The law does not allow me to move forward unless I do things in a fashion and form in which they were done. We played your rights, which the law required. I then asked you if you heard your rights. You told me yes. Are you now saying you didn't hear your rights?
Ma'am.
It's a yes or no.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I'm going through a lot of things right now.
I'm going through a lot of things too. I didn't ask you what you were going through. Sir, I'm just trying to understand. Why would you lie to the court and tell me that you heard your rights if you did it?
Because I was actually on the phone with CPS at that time.
You were on the phone in the middle of a court proceeding?
Yes. My son is missing. I don't know. Single father. My son is missing from his mother's side. CPS called me. Detectives called me. So
your son is missing from his mother's side. I don't know what that means.
My baby mama had my son. I was at work. CPS called me, and for the past 2 or 3 weeks, we've been on the phone back and forth trying to communicate a game plan. Because as far as we all know, CPS, LPD, and myself, my baby mother is hopping from house to house in between Lansing and Dansville, hiding my son. So it sounds like the son's not missing, but the son, what you believe is the son is with the mother. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. Is that your understanding? CPS told me they wanted to take him out of her care. So that's why she's up and popping.
She has custody of the
Not
child.
anymore. Not
Listen,
anymore.
So what do you mean CPS said they wanted to take her out of your care?
She took him out. They took him out of her care and placed it in the grandmother's care on the mama's side.
So you don't have custody of the
I
child?
do have custody.
That's not what you're telling me.
I'm telling you what they are telling me. I'm at work. They called me.
You know him, sir? Oh, okay. I was concerned.
They called me and said, "Hey, we took your son from. Do you know your son is at? No, and he with his mom."
You have full custody of your child.
It's 50-50.
Okay, that was my question. Okay, so she has shared custody, and so he could have lawfully been in her possession, is what you're saying.
That's not what they're telling me, but I'm hearing you.
No, I'm asking you. I don't know. I'm not a party to this.
They're telling me that they took him out of her care, replaced him in the mom's care until they contact me or whatever the case may be. And then next thing you know, I get a call while I'm at work at the hospital saying, "Hey, do you know where your son is at?" No, he's with his mom last I knew. Oh, he's at school. He's not going to school. He's not with his mom nor grandma.
Listen, sir, I recognize that you got a lot on your plate. If you think that you're the only person in this courtroom with a lot on your plate, then you're misguided. Okay? You were not on the phone when I conducted the proceeding. You were not, because I will not allow anybody to be on the phone. And I make sure your video is on so that I can see what you're doing in the first place.
That's cool.
I know it's cool. That's how I run this court. And so I ask you specifically about your rights. These rights are not to protect me, they're to protect you.
Understand that.
And so regardless of what is going on outside of that, you still have an eviction.
I got that.
And you still have to understand your rights.
And I'm here for that. And I said I didn't know I can have an actual lawyer today at this time.
At every court proceeding for this, you have the right to an attorney.
I'm ready to go.
No, you're not ready to go until I say you're ready to go. Did you understand that you had the right to have an attorney?
Today, no, I did not.
Okay. And so you have a seat, because I will now have to re-go over your rights before we can proceed.
No hat. Yeah, no hat.
We're still working with Mr. Bach. Is that correct?
He's not a happy camper this morning. Yeah, he's not used to being talked to like that. Oh, man. I think that's the end of the spice. He's going to be read his rights now that he understands his rights. He may be afforded time, if he so chooses, to hire a lawyer, which he probably won't do. He'll probably just proceed with the case. But that just slows down the work.
It's not here on the Finalizing versus Michael Flanagan, right? No.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got a bit of a tone to her.
Oh, okay. Who's here on Finalizing versus? It says Michael Flanagan. I have Patricia Flanagan here. What's happening?
This morning there were a couple characters seemed to be on Judge Simpson's court.
This is 26-00613 LT.
What happened to
Appearances,
them?
please.
Good morning, Aaron. I'm back here for the 20th.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sir, I'll repeat 7707 for the defendant, Patricia Flanagan.
Okay, are you not representing Michael Flanagan?
Your Honor, Michael Flanagan, the named defendant, is deceased, so we are, it's my understanding that plaintiff is submitting a dismissal on that one.
Yes.
We're going to go back to the beginning of the day here for Simpson real quick. All right. We're still working on access for a couple cases. I'm sort of busy in the background. I'm not sleeping. I'm looking down and texting and sending emails and researching contact info. So the defendant is deceased. She said deceased. Do you represent his spirit? How are you going to collect is my question. Is it from the estate? You're going to just send a bill to the estate? Being dead is a good excuse to miss court? Yes.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you enter an agreement with him? Because he appeared in court.
How did he die? It seems suspicious that...
He appeared in court twice. We need to operate under an all other occupants. He's appeared in court twice and given his name to the court, which is the same as the other man. But there needs to be something for him.
We do have a CD with Patricia Flanagan and all not being a main leaseholder.
But he's occupying the property. It's only, that's for your client's protection, not mine. You're okay with that?
That's why we said all.
Okay. What if she moves out and he doesn't?
Well, he's an occupant.
You won't have anything with his name on it.
The dead
protects the process server and us.
The dead guy's occupying the property.
You won't have anything where his name with his name on it. He could just be a squatter. You have to start all over.
We're gonna go back to the leprechaun in just a minute. Seems like this case is going nowhere.
You'll have nothing to prove that he didn't come in and squat after she moved out. You have nothing to prove that if you don't get his name on something.
You got to prove it. It's all about court evidence.
My understanding is some court officer out to do the eviction. There's
you would get
anything in the property, and it says all occupants, they can move everything and everybody out.
Look, no, because squatters have rights. We know that, right? A squatter could come in after you executed eviction. It could be Jimmy Dean that comes in and moves in there. All other occupants doesn't apply to him. You got to start a whole new eviction against him. What I'm saying is, by not taking the opportunity to put his name on something, you put yourself at risk or your client at risk.
I understand.
And so he's here today. Did we want to amend the paperwork while he's here?
Well, not that one, but maybe this one. We could add his name to the CD.
Okay,
that's
that's
a dismissal for the deceased.
I also have a CD.
You give her that CD?
Yes.
Oh, we did.
We're going to go back to the leprechaun in just a minute.
So you would like to add his name as well?
You said yes.
So you can come around, sir.
The defendant is not deceased in this one, apparently. Well, one of the defendants was deceased, and the other one is
Michael
not.
Flanagan Jr. Correct.
Flanagan. It's a leprechaun name. It's Irish.
Okay, so this is a conditional dismissal. It says that you will vacate, I'm assuming what this says, before April 20th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and vacate means you're gonna take all of your property.
Correct.
I'll leave the property in room swept condition.
Yes.
You're not leaving trash and things behind for them to have to remove. You understand that?
Correct.
Okay. And you understood that you had the right to be represented by an attorney at this proceeding?
Yes.
And you waived that right?
No, I thought she was representing me too, but.
Okay.
No, that's the other side.
Okay, but she's not. Now you do understand that. So are you gonna waive your right to be represented by an attorney? Okay. And then you also had the right to proceed to a trial. You could have had a jury trial on this. You both understand that?
Yes.
And you want to waive that right?
Yes.
Anyone promising or threatening you to waive those rights? Okay, you have 3 business days to return to the court and have this set aside. If you later realize you misunderstood your rights, you can request to have a hearing to address that. I'm going to sign the dismissal for Mr. Michael Flanagan Sr.
Squatters' rights are.
You'll get a copy of the paperwork in just a moment. Thank you.
I'm torn on this one.
Also on Jolly Flats versus Mercedes Williams.
I'm a big fan of property owners' rights.
What's your other matter, Mr. Brown?
It is Camelot.
Okay, we're gonna jump to Simpson. Okay, Judge Simpson's criminal docket. Let's jump there real quick. Otis Elliott has his hat on. Nope, it's a headband. Headband in court. Sweatband looks good. We're looking at ceilings, I think. Mr. Wara is looking down on us. Dude with the bicycle. He's here. We've got almost everybody here. Look at this. Everybody's coming together nicely.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes. How you doing? How you doing, sir?
I love it when they talk to each other. Otis just realized he's talking to another defendant, not the court.
Hello, hello.
What's up?
What's up? Otis, you're muted. Wait. Need to unmute. I think Otis is wearing a uniform. He's got a blue shirt, blue apron, and a blue headband. I think he's at work. Any guesses on the employment?
Okay, there you go. My speaker wasn't working. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Now Bike Dude's muted.
Yes.
All right.
Hi, everyone. Please remain muted until your case is called. The judge will be taking the bench shortly and proceedings will begin. Thank you.
Court steps in and says, you defendants should not be talking to each other. You'll give each other ideas. What if somebody comes in here and says, hey, you should try the Sovset approach? Can't have that happening. This is this morning here. I'm not sure if any of this is spicy or not. It's probably traffic tickets, but let's skip ahead just a tiny bit until the judge shows up. Skipping ahead just a few minutes. Oh, there he is.
Either an admission in court rules or the case is decided thereunder to the extent conflict does exist, given waivers, the court will consent to hear the matter. So this is the first one in, so.
Yes.
Court does call the case of the People versus Carla Bristow.
Your Honor, Raymond Football People.
Where's Carla? There she is.
Bristow?
Yes.
Oh, she's in jail.
Oh, there she is. All right. Ma'am, you are before the court on a misdemeanor citation that alleges that on or about October 12, 2025 at the location of 3160 Laurel Road, that being the Kohl store, that you did commit the offense of retail fraud in the third degree. Do you understand the nature of that charge, ma'am?
Yes.
That's a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. Fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. That's greater than $500. That would become the maximum fine. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. First question I have for you is, do you wish to be represented by an attorney?
Yes.
Yes.
This is a public defender case.
What's she doing in jail?
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate, with on behalf of Ms. Bristow, we would waive any formal reading of the complaint. My client stands mute, and I would ask for an adjourned pretrial date to receive and review discovery, please.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, the court will enter a not guilty plea.
Joshua's like
on
smiling
her behalf.
creepily, possibly at Carla.
Pretrial in this matter will be set for 15th. 2026, 9
double-handed
a.m.
swig of something.
Very
Oh,
sure
what are we doing,
indicates
iPhone?
We'll set the
What are we doing, the
defendant's bond
armpit?
at $5,000 personal recognizance bond on order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior or possession of any weapons, ammunition, or anything fashioned to be a weapon. I'll order no alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drugs. I will also order, ma'am, that you are not to go to any Kohl's store in the state of Michigan. You understand that?
Joshua's like, no Kohl's.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Anything further?
Joshua's smiling,
nothing
but
further,
his
Your
day is
Honor.
coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
You stuff.
Thank you. I'm allowed to leave now?
Yes.
Cool.
Court does call the case. People versus Leandra Hardesty.
Good morning, Your Honor. Raymond for the People.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dan Garrett on behalf of Ms. Hardesty stepping forward. State your name, Leandra.
Leandra Hardesty. Oh, sorry.
Your Honor, for arraignment purposes, we'll waive. Stand mute, please.
Been arraigned.
Oh, she has.
Yeah.
Well, even better. I take all that back.
Very efficient.
Your Honor, Mr. Cook and I have had some discussions. We're asking for an adjourned pretrial for Ms. Hardesty to do some things behind the scenes. So if Your Honor would give us 4 or 5 weeks to get those things done. Yes, maybe 4 weeks.
What are you doing behind the scenes? 4 or 5 weeks is a long time.
Anytime.
date?
June 3rd?
That seems like 8.
That's like 8 weeks. 6. That's like 4. That's it, right?
That's the perfect file. Yeah.
8 weeks.
So it's okay.
Otis has fallen asleep.
We thought you had a vacation.
He's out.
And then that wasn't likely.
Apparently, I'm taking a month off. I don't know. May 6th, 2026, 9 a.m. Continue. What was? Okay, sorry. We'll talk later. Court does call the case of the people versus Joshua Warren.
Morning, Your Honor. Raymond Cook for the people.
Good morning, Judge Lawrence Margolis with Mr. Warren. Josh, please unmute yourself and state your name.
Joshua Warren.
How you doing, Mr. Warren?
Good, and you, Judge?
I think I'm doing okay. All right, where are we on this case?
What's for breakfast?
So this is, I think, set for a competency hearing today. He was found competent. Mr. Cook and I are in discussions for a global resolution. Josh has several cases in this county, and we're hoping to get them all resolved. We're asking for 2 to...
I don't have... Do you have me set for a comp hearing? I think it's set as a pretrial. I think the comp came in another case because I don't have a report.
I think iPhone's eating chicken.
We'd ask for a short adjournment. We're going to try to wrap everything up. Josh is doing well. He did 2 short, short.
Will April 15th work? Or you need something like in, I don't know what month she's giving me, like August? No, I'm kidding.
April 15th, I'm actually leaving town to go visit my daughter in Spain. If anything, 2 weeks after that would be wonderful. Or, yeah.
May 6th. Will May 6th work? Apparently that's the day.
It will for me.
All right. May 6th, 2026, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Warren, take care of yourself, fellow.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Josh. We'll talk. Bye.
Bye.
Court does call the case of the people versus Paul Wilson.
Your Honor, Raymond Cook for the people.
Otis is just meditating.
On behalf of Weston, who's making his way to the podium.
Lecturing.
And state your name, Paul.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Paul Wasson.
We reached a resolution.
I haven't said anything.
Honestly, I was waiting for it.
I said to myself, there's Simon. I'm not going to say anything bad.
I almost cautioned my client. I forgot that my height would be referenced today, or lack thereof would be referenced.
Your lack of height?
Yeah.
How much difference? Or you, we painted you blue, you would have looked like a Smurf. But
Smurf lawyers here.
Okay.
I don't even know why I went there. But
I don't know. It's crazy. Anyway, you have a plea sheet in front of you, Your Honor. I think we've reached
I do. Plea sheet indicates that the defendant is going to be pleading no contest to the charge of assault and/or assault battery, 93-day offense upon his successful plea. That's the stated count.
Yes.
He'll be pleading to the stated count. There's a sentence agreement. Prosecutors deferred with no upfront jail. That's the court's full understanding of the agreement.
That's correct, Your Honor.
It is, Your Honor.
May I have him sworn?
You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State your name, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paul Wasson.
Sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead no contest to the charge of assault and/or assault and battery. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court cost. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you understand what a no contest is?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. 2 things about it. I have to make sure that you understand. It first of all means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Second thing is that for purposes of sentencing, the court's going to treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that? All right. Basis for the no contest plea.
Potential of civil liability.
Sir, to that charge, how do you plead?
No contest.
You understand that by pleading no contest, you will not have a trial of any kind. Signed an advice of rights form, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions regarding any of those rights?
No, Your Honor.
Please look at paragraph 5. You'll see a copy on the podium. Those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand that by pleading guilty, you'll be giving up, or pleading no contest, you're giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's stated here today on the record to get you to plead?
No, Your Honor.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, Your Honor.
Doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court has been provided and has reviewed Pittsfield Township Department of Public Safety report for their case number 2521378. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
No, Your Honor.
Based upon a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Sir, I do have to advise you, between the time of my acceptance of your plea and the time of sentencing, if you commit misconduct as defined by the Michigan court rules, you would not be entitled to withdraw your plea, and the court would not be bound by any sentence recommendation or evaluation. And that's it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are you aware of any other promises, threats, or other inducements which have led to this plea?
None from the people?
None.
And have I complied with the court rule?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest to this charge. Defendant is referred to probation for pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing in this matter will be
April 29th at 12 noon.
April 29, 2026, noon.
What's wrong with me? Okay.
Bond with its conditions will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, you're welcome, sir. Make sure to stop down at probation. They're on the left-hand side.
Me with your son. Thank you.
Court does call the case People versus Merrill Snyder case.
Look for the people?
Your Honor, Joe Simon standing in for Mr. Chris Eastope, who is the attorney of record for Mr. Snyder case. State your name.
Morning, Your Honor. Merrill Snyder case.
Don't have any or problem with Mr. Simon's statement?
No, Your Honor.
All right. As to the arraignment?
Waive formal reading, stand mused.
And then waive formal readings. The court will enter a not guilty plea.
Regarding the pretrial, Your Honor, Mr. Eastope spoke with Mr. Cook. He's requesting a lengthy adjournment so that my client can get his Mr. Eastope's client can get his status hopefully remedied by the time we return to court. That June date that I heard announced earlier, I think would work.
Wow. June.
Well, I thought I heard a date in June. I'm sorry.
That was kind of an error.
Whatever the court deems, Your
How much time is he going to need to do it?
Yeah, I don't know. That's 6 months. What do you think? Well, I mean, will it take all of that?
45 days, he's saying it would probably take.
What was that date you gave us wages for June what? June 3rd, 2026. 9 a.m. Bond is set at 5,000 PR. Standard condition, including no assault or possession of weapons. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
All right, wait for me outside, please.
Court calls case People versus Ariana Banks.
Look for the people?
Our Assistant Public Defender Constable on behalf of the who's present by Zoom. Ms. Banks, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Ariana Banks.
You turn on your camera, please.
Oh, yes, sorry. Is it on? I can't see.
Got it. No, we can see you. Hello.
Okay. Hi.
There is the entire pre-trial in this matter. We're going to be requesting an adjournment. There is an offer. Need some time to finalize that offer. Maybe solutions. So that's for about 2 weeks.
Pre-trial in this matter will be adjourned April 15, 2026, 9 a.m. Bond will continue.
You said April 15th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Court calls case of the People versus Carlton Cross.
Raymond, look for the people?
Assistant Public Defender Constable Lacey on behalf of Carlton Cross.
Not got checked in.
As I understand it, my client is currently in treatment. We did send him over the Zoom.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Carlton Cross.
He's here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to be
Welcome,
requesting an
Carlton.
adjournment to track some other cases. My client has to be for a date past the 7th of April. My client has a hearing with Judge Koenig at that time.
He's what?
Just track what's going on with his felony cases. So we just asked for an adjournment for past April 7th.
I had a sobriety court. I thought they were trying to get him into sobriety court.
That's correct.
Trying to get into felony sobriety court or have this come along, or what are we doing?
Information I have is he had the hearing on April 7th with Judge Koenig, and I believe that.
I'll adjourn it to April 15th, 2026, 9 a.m. All right, sir?
All right. Thank you, Judge Simpson.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
There you are.
Court calls case, People versus Otis Elliott.
Within public defender, Costin will defend Otis Elliott.
Sir, can you state your name?
Otis Elliott, sir.
Thank you. What are we doing?
We're requesting an adjournment to get some possible mitigating information.
What's my date after? May 6th.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Very sure.
During the matter, May 6th, 2029 a.m. Bound continues. Oh, I didn't know you were there. I couldn't see you. I didn't know you. I felt unsafe. For another brief moment, I felt unsafe. It was on your hands to do so. Court calls the case People versus Javon Foster.
Your Honor, Raymond Cook, People.
Public defender Costin will base on behalf of Ron Foster.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
I'm sorry.
See you. We're
Okay.
good. What's your name?
Jovan Foster.
Thank you. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we're requesting an agreement for good conduct.
you are.
Foster.
What? Go ahead.
We haven't been able to contact Mr. Foster, so
He's right here.
I would like him to contact the public defender's office and give us some good contact information. Mr. Foster, can you take down this phone number and please call them and update your contact?
Yeah, I got it's all of my stuff is still the same. My phone was just off. I just paid my phone bill last night. I'm
You
sorry.
can call them, make sure that they have the information, okay?
Okay.
You got something to write down? A phone number?
I got all the information. My phone was just off. I just had to pay my phone bill.
Oh.
Understood.
Yeah, I literally just paid it last night. I'm sorry.
You paid it last night?
Yes, sir.
So it's on?
Yes, sir.
All right. April 15th. I'm good. Bond continued. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Check it. Court calls the case People versus Tony Gomez.
Your Honor, Raymond People.
Costin will base on behalf of Tony Gomez, Your Honor. Mr. Gomez, could you unmute, state your full name for the record, please?
Tony Gomez here. Good morning, Your Honor.
Today's set for a pre-morning, sir. Matter. Going to be requesting a short adjournment. My client sent him the questionnaire to fill out, and he's hoping to get into the Dearborn Veterans Court. We sent him over the DD 214. We just need to get that.
So that hasn't. So has he not been accepted? I thought he was accepted already.
Mr. Gomez, were you accepted into the court? I know that we sent you the information in the packet to fill out. Did you get?
Yes. So what I understand is that I am to be accepted, and the only thing that has to happen is, Judge Simpson, Your Honor, you have to submit your sentence on your end, and then I go over to their side.
Right. That's what I thought was occurring.
Right.
That he has not as of yet entered a plea. And that he was going to plead to this charge. I think he was going to do a no contest plea. I was then going to sentence him with probation or supervision through the Veterans Court.
So we would then just ask for the briefest of adjournments to get the plea finalized, Your Honor.
Get the plea finalized? I have it.
Has the plea for.
I know. I've got everything. I'm just trying to get Mr. Gomez on his way. Mr. Gomez?
Yes, sir.
When are you supposed to start in the Veterans Court? Have they given you a date?
No, Judge.
Because they're waiting on us. But I don't even have. Part of my problem is I don't have the MOU. I have the plea, but I don't have an MOU. I don't have any. All right. Does your file reflect that an MOU has been signed off by anyone?
By
All right. Well, look, folks, Mr. Gomez has been waiting for us. Well, not us, you guys, to get your act. I've got mine together. So I'm going to adjourn it to the 15th. I'm sorry about that, Mr. Gomez. I thought we were all set, but I see that I don't have some paperwork for whatever reason. I'm going to adjourn it to the April 15th, 2026, 9 a.m. Let's get everything together, make sure the MOUs are signed off if we need them, and just get this done. All right?
Yes, sir. I'll make sure that gets done.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Court calls case People versus Nia Hall.
Your Honor, Raymond Cook for the people.
This is Public Defender Natalie Pate with on behalf of this total, present via Zoom.
Ms. Pate, it's great to have you back.
Back.
Is it?
Yes. Especially on a great holiday.
April Fool's Day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Prada guy is just keeping his hands warm. That's all that's happening.
No, we're not. We're not going there, Ms.
Pretty
Pate.
sure.
All right, let's go. All right, what are we doing? You have to unmute,
I'm
Ms.
like
Hall.
80%
excuse
sure.
me, sir. Nia Hall.
Thank you. She was talking, but I couldn't hear.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Mr. Cook did extend, or the people did extend an offer yesterday of retail fraud third degree last night. I need an opportunity to fully discuss that and finalize with my clients on that for adjournment.
April 15th, 2026, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bound will continue. Thank you, Ms. Hall. Court does call the cases of the People versus Shannon Kiesling.
Your Honor, Raymond Cook for the people.
Austin Bouvet on behalf of Shannon Kiesling, Your Honor.
Same.
Full name for the record, please. Just state your full name for the record.
Shannon Kiesling.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, today is the date and time set for a pretrial. There is an offer being discussed in this matter. We would just ask for one final adjournment to finalize the offer.
April 15th, 2026, 9 a.m. All right, thank you. Court calls case People versus Austin Knox.
Your Honor, Raymond Cook for the people.
This is Public Defender Natalie Pate with behalf of Mr. Knox. You should be present on Zoom. Sir, can you please state your name for?
Austin James Knox.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was able to confirm what the current offer is with Mr. Cook last night. He did extend an offer where my client could plead to 2 of the counts and 2 of them would be dismissed. I'm asking for one final.
April 15th, 2026, 9 a.m. Court calls case People. Thank you, Mr. Knox.
Thank
you. Court calls case of People versus Aaron Lawson.
Your Honor, Raymond Cook for the people.
Your Honor, this is Public Defender Constable Daisy on behalf of Mr. Aaron Lawson. Mr. Lawson, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Aaron Lawson. Thank you.
I'm your
lawyer. I should have said that to you. Not really. What?
Maybe you should talk to your client before the hearing. I mean, I'm not the lawyer here. I'm not saying how you should do your job, but.
Your Honor, today's the date and time set for a pretrial in this matter.
It's good to see you too, Mr. Brumpies. I didn't want to.
Is that part of
any favoritism?
Is that part of the April Fool's?
Oh no, I didn't want to show any favoritism. Although I like Pate better. Go ahead.
Your Honor, we're just going to be requesting the briefest of adjournments in this matter to
the briefest, like
come to a resolution in this.
Put us on the tail end of the docket today. Just pass the matter.
He's trying to get his license back.
He was trying to get his license back, Your Honor. He just received some information yesterday that was not the best regarding that. So it looks like we're just going to be taking the offer at the next court date.
Russell's iPhone was here. Hey, Russell. What you eating?
Is the 15th going to be enough time for you to figure it out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Stay.
No, the 15th should.
15. April 15th, 2026, 9 a.m. pound.
Tax day.
Thank you.
Tax day and court on the same day? What could be worse? That's too much federal government involvement or any government involvement for me.
Court calls case People versus Raymond Lee.
Morning, Your People. And Conrad Solar on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Also my birthday.
And Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate with an on behalf of Mr. Lay, who stands to my right. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Raymond Lay. All right. We've got one issue on this case.
One issue.
Yes, sir.
Which my staff gave direction, and Mr. Sellers seems to disagree with my conclusion.
Uh-oh.
No,
go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
I think it's just a mere Scrivener's error by the officer.
No, it may be, but so that it's clear, that the ticket, it was entered as a state case.
This is the one we just saw, right?
It is supposed to be a Pittsfield case, according to Mr. Schiller, and I don't have any reason to dispute that. But the ticket, as issued, officer, I'm going to look for the boxes. There's boxes that they can check, indicating what they're in violation of. The box that's checked is state law. Mr. Siller's indicating that it should be local ordinance.
That's absolutely.
Dismiss the ticket.
The clerks entered the ticket properly. It can't be changed unless the ticket is changed. The only way the ticket can be changed is for the ticket to be reissued, what I guess could do it and amended, or to dismiss this and reissue a ticket under local ordinance. That's the only way to correct it.
If the court were to find that it's merely Scrivener's error,
I'm not do it because the clerks entered it correctly. I mean, I don't know it to be a Scrivener's error because the section is the same. I can't say that because Pittsfield can write them either way.
Except it's against their policy, and they don't write them this way. You know that, and I know that.
Well, I don't know that for sure. I don't because we have tickets that are written by Pittsfield under state law. I mean, maybe not this kind.
But not
Shelly Knuckles Kelly.
No, I'm not doing that.
OG.
My clerks entered it correctly as it's presented, so it's either going to have to go one way or the other.
It's going to be dismissed.
Your other people would move to dismiss at this time, so it can be refiled appropriately.
All right. Well, okay, so now here's going to be the problem. And the problem really is, before I grant that, Mr. Lay, can I get a new ticket? I mean, because otherwise what's going to end up happening is he's here. He's going to have to come all the way back from Ann Arbor.
Actually, I'm in South Lyon now, Your Honor.
Yeah,
South Lyon?
Yes, sir.
On purpose? No, I'm kidding. Don't answer.
On purpose.
All right. So it's going to be, I get that it would be reissued. It's going to be reissued. I'd prefer just to put it out, get the ticket reissued, and just have him come back at 1, or he's going to have to come back in, if anybody's following what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know how we get the ticket reissued in that short amount of time. My
Okay, we're gonna
client
fast
judges
forward because we saw this one already.
Summons and then clear the whole issue.
We're going to fast forward and see if we can find our friend in camel pants. See if he's going to come back. Let's finish this guy up.
Court calls the case. People versus Elizabeth Lohman.
Morning, Your Honor. Raymond Cook for the people.
There's Elizabeth.
Hello, Elizabeth Loman.
And this is really kind of on behalf of Ms. Loman, who's already stated the name. I had a direct conversation with Ms. Loman yesterday, and I was last night able to confirm what the current offer was.
Carolina Sunshine, 26 months.
Files.
Oh,
Places. Long story short, I'm respectfully requesting adjournment. There is a potential resolution place that I think will happen at the next pretrial.
All right, Ms. Lohman, I'm going to adjourn your case April 15, 2026, 9 a.m.
Okay.
Bond will continue. All right. Thank you. Court calls the case of the people versus Elijah Matthews.
The people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Constable Jason on behalf of Mr. Matthews.
Look at that Prada.
Sure. Elijah Matthews.
Bench warrant.
Your Honor, I know we were still looking for the video from Meyer in this case. My notes indicate that we have not gotten that video yet, so I was going to be requesting an adjournment on that client who is not here.
And for the record, Your Honor, that video has been marked and should be sent over, if not by the end of the day today, very shortly.
All right. So they'll find the video, and then you got to find your client. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond is set in the amount of $5,000. I'll give a 10% privilege. That warrant will issue immediately.
Okay.
You're welcome. You mean that?
10% privilege part? Yeah.
No, that's what you were thanking me for?
If
So
Mr.
this
Prada's
could be a
not
long
up
day,
next,
he
we're
said.
going to, I'll pause and talk to you for just a minute.
Court calls the case. People versus Mark McIntyre.
Raymond Cook for the people.
Mark who? No relation.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate on behalf of Mr. Mac. Name for record, sir?
Mark McIntosh.
Macintosh.
Thank
All right. We're going to bail for just a second. Let me tell you something. A lot of you guys are asking, what's the next case? What's the next case? What's coming up? We're working on a couple. It's not as easy as just jumping to whatever case is on. There's a lot of paperwork in the background. We do things differently here. And so we're working on some upcoming cases. One particularly we're just trying to finalize access to is a former American Idol contestant who was up in Ohio, in Miami County, Ohio. His name is Caleb Flynn. He's charged with 11 counts, including aggravated murder, 3 counts of murder, 2 counts of felonious assault, 3 counts of tampering with evidence, and 2 misdemeanor counts of intimidation of an attorney, victim, or witness. So we're just finalizing that. That one, just so you know, we have to do homework way ahead of time, is scheduled for, looks like trial starts April 28th. April 28th, Caleb Flynn. It's going to be a doozy. So to make this happen, we can't, sometimes we have to send cameras, sometimes we have to send equipment, sometimes we have to, put filings in with the judge and fill out paperwork and talk with coordinators. So it just takes a lot of work to get this lined up, and we're trying to line up some of these big cases so we can sort of make a schedule. Now, this Caleb Flynn one, it might not even happen. This is a defense where they have refused to waive speedy trial, which they could waive up to the last minute and basically say, wait, we need more time. But we still have to go through all the paperwork as if court's going to go forward, and it might happen. It's scheduled to be about a 2-week trial. It's going to be a very fun one, an interesting one, but it's going to be a lot of fun to bring to you if it works. But we still have to do all the homework, even if it doesn't. And then if it moves out, we have to do all the homework again. So when you guys are asking for the next trial, I'd love to be able to tell you, we're just going to go to this one. This one's on, we're going to do that. It takes a ton of homework on my end to put the pieces together so we can gain the access legally that we need to so we can watch court the way we like. So that's why I'm just giving you an update. So hopefully that helps understand a little bit.
The people versus Prince Rashawn Logan Cannon.
Morning, Your Honor. Raymond Cook for the people.
The Prince of who? Are you really a prince, or is that your name?
He's Eagle Prince.
Where's your crown?
He has no counsel on it.
Who consults with the prince?
Much better. Okay.
Your name, sir?
Prince Rashawn Christian Logan Cannon.
Are you chewing gum?
Yes.
Swallow it. You were chewing gum.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry about that.
No, it's either. Says you're not represented by counsel, but this is your request.
Yes.
Have the people seen this?
Your Honor, I did not see that I ever received the file motion. I looked in the RFA and it said it was mailed to our office, but I was unable to. Well, as a copy that I could, I would greatly appreciate that.
All right, here's what I'll do, because they got to look up certain things. I'll do the same thing I was doing with the other one so that you don't have to come back. We'll get him a copy. They can look it over, and then I'll call your case back up in my next one. I appreciate it. Very good.
No more gum, sir. Prince.
We make sure that Mr. Cook gets a copy of that. That's it for that block. Is the jail up yet or no? They are? Okay, then I'll take a brief recess. I'll come back out. We'll begin calling our 10 o'clock block. Court's in recess.
All rise.
Court's in recess. Let's see if we can jump to another court or speed up. We can jump through this one because we're a little behind. Let's see. Recess, and they just came out. We're like almost caught up perfectly.
Western All State of Michigan is now back in session. The Honorable Judge Jerry said
maybe.
Oh, the guy stood up on Zoom. That is awesome. This is the first time I've ever seen that.
Versus Mark Mackey.
You're on Raymond Cook.
Russell, good on you, man. Good on you.
And Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. McIntosh, who stands by right. Please state your name again for the record, sir.
Mark McIntosh.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have the completed plea form and advice of rights here that we were able to review and sign.
Mr. Allen, if you can play delivery boy.
All right. McIntosh, well, this indicates that he's going to plead guilty to the charge added count to a retail fraud third 93-day offense. Upon a successful plea to that charge, count one would be dismissed. The defendant agrees to pay $750.60 restitution and a sentence agreement of fines, cost, and restitution. I can't say, since it's my case, that the court's necessarily going to follow that. But that's the court's understanding.
And we understand that, Your Honor, that is a correct restitution.
That is all correct, Your Honor. We do understand that as well.
Seven sworn.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State your name, please.
Mark McIntosh.
Sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of retail fraud third degree. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days jail, $500 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $500, that would become the maximum fine. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty, sir.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, sir.
Signed an advice of rights form, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Any questions regarding any of those rights?
No, sir.
Please look at paragraph 5 on that form. Those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand by pleading guilty, you'll be giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form.
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir. Just drug court.
At the time of this, were you...
Oh, no. No, sir.
Okay. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today to get you to plead?
No, sir.
Anybody threaten you or coerced you?
No, sir.
Doing this voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
And because you believe that you are indeed guilty of this offense?
Yes, sir.
On the date of October 13th, 2023, at the location of 7000 East Avenue in Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, what did you do at the Walmart that makes you think that you
took items that didn't belong to me, sir?
Tried to walk out without paying for them?
Yes, sir.
Store was open to the public at the time?
Yes, sir.
You didn't have anybody's permission to take that property, did you?
No, sir.
Property you took was property that was offered for sale by Walmart?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I do have to advise you that if I accept your plea, between the time that I accept your plea and the time of sentencing, if you commit misconduct as defined under the Michigan court rules, you would not be entitled to withdraw your plea, and the court would not be bound by any sentence recommendation or evaluation. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Counsel, are you aware of any other promises, threats, or other inducements which have led to this plea?
None from the people?
No, Your Honor.
And have I complied with the court rule?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at probation, 14A1 probation. Sentencing in this matter will be April 29, 2026, noon. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
McIntosh, on your way out, on your left-hand side, about 2/3 of the way down the hallways, probation department, stop in there before you leave.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Court does call the case, People versus Walter Peterson.
Morning, Your Honor. Raymond Cook for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Elman on behalf of Mr. Peterson.
Who's on the iPhone now? Bottom right-hand corner.
Your name, sir?
Walter K. Peterson.
Thank you. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we'll reached
have
a
one soon.
resolution in
hold
one
tight.
of Mr. Peterson's matters. I believe we'll be entering a plea as guilty today, and he would be sentenced to time served. You
Do I
should
have
have
paperwork?
You should.
I don't have any paperwork on it. All right, what are we? He's going to be entering a plea to one of these charges? To which one?
I have just a moment, Your
Pick
Honor.
a charge. Come on, you don't know.
I have nothing. I don't have an advice of rights. I don't have anything.
Have you even met with your client?
Your Honor, I have it. I thought that I had sent it in. If we could pass the matter and I could try to send it in again, I would appreciate it.
What are we doing with? Is that resolve both cases?
No, Your Honor.
I thought that we had worked out he was going to be pleading on both with an agreement to time served.
The other case is new, just recently charged. I was just newly appointed late last week.
Okay, folks, what am I doing? Hang on. Are you being held on something else other than these?
Yes, Your Honor, he is.
He's talking to me right now, Robert. They said that you supposed to rule whether I can go to treatment because they want me to have a tether, and I'm not gonna run.
Hold on.
Oh,
what's that on?
Huh?
Is that on another case?
No, that's on this. He's supposed to be talking about that too. He's supposed to.
Your Honor, Mr.
I gotcha. I'm just trying to figure out something, Mr. Peterson. If I put this out 2 weeks for them to get everything together, does that stop you from being released? I don't think so, because you've got something else pending, right?
Stop me from going to treatment?
Well, hold on. Are you held on any other cases?
Yes, Your Honor, he is.
So he's held on other cases?
Yes, Your Honor. He has 2 felony matters in front of him, Your Honor, that he's being held on as well.
That are set for PCC?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so what I also hear, okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Okay, Mr. Peterson, I'm going to adjourn these out to the 15th. And 2026, 9 a.m. Okay? Both of these cases. They can get their paperwork in order, get that all to me so we can then resolve these. With regard to release to treatment, is there, on his felony matters and otherwise, is there going to be any objection from the people?
I thought we'd already ordered.
We submitted orders, Your Honor.
Okay, then that's all taken care of. Okay, so that's been done. Okay, on these cases, if these are holding him, I'll need orders for that on these cases. But on the felony cases, they've got it all set.
All right, thank you.
All right. So we'll see you in a couple weeks. All right, Mr. Peterson, take care.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the cases of the people versus Justin Randolph.
Morning, Your Honor. For the people file 0556.
So on behalf of the township and 0040.
Probably found her name, but Mr. Randolph, but unfortunately, I do not believe.
I did that. That me?
No, I think it was him. Sunglasses.
Yeah, he got them all worked. No. All right, what are we doing on these? Is he here?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
He's not checked in.
I offered for is that I don't have great contact information for him, and I do have him on another case elsewhere, in which the only phone number I had is that.
He's got bond violations though?
I was not able to hold and discuss that with him, so I requested adjournment.
Okay, bench warrant, 10,000. I'll give her 10% privilege. That warrant will issue immediate.
That's in both cases.
That is in both cases.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of the people versus Anton Brooks.
Morning, Your Honor. Raymond Cook.
Arraignment. Okay, gotcha. Hello, sir. What's your name?
Anton Brooks.
All right. Mr. Brooks, you're here on an arraignment, a new charge that alleges that on or about November 27, 2025, location of 2200 or 2201 Hogback Road to Washtenaw County Jail, that you did commit the offense of an aggravated assault. You understand the nature of what you're charged with?
Yeah.
You understand that? Okay. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and $1,000 fine plus court cost. However, a consecutive sentence may be imposed if the assault occurred within a place of confinement like the jail. You understand that, sir?
No, I don't.
Don't understand that?
No.
What part don't you understand?
I didn't really hear what you said.
You didn't understand what I said or hear me?
You
Okay.
understand a word you said.
The maximum penalty is 1 year or $1,000 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. If it occurred in a place of confinement like a jail, then the penalty would be consecutive to any other sentence. So let's say you were sentenced on some other charge to say 90 days.
Right.
And this is a year, you could be sentenced to the 90 days and then have to serve a year for the assault.
Okay, yeah.
You understand that? Okay. All right. Now, understanding all of that, the first question I have for you is, do you want to be represented by an attorney on?
Yes, I do.
All right, this is a public defender case.
Morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Carson Mulvey on behalf of Mr. Anton Brooks, who is present to my right and has stated his name for the record. Your Honor, we would waive further formal readings, stand mute to the charges, request a PR bond and a new pretrial date to obtain discovery, Your Honor.
Well, if he's being held on something, you don't want to.
Well, if he's being held on other matters, Your Honor, which looks like he is, we would just ask for a nominal bond.
So my client having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial in this matter will be set April 15th. 2026, 9 a.m. Bond in this case. What else are you in on?
Your Honor, he just pleaded, I believe, in circuit court to assault with intent to do great bodily harm as well as concealed carry of a weapon. My understanding is that sentencing on that is set for April 29th. Looking at the notes, it looks like there was a sentence agreement to 1 year in the Washtenaw County Jail, so I expect he's going to be in custody.
Okay. Bond in this case will be set at $5,000. I'll give a 10% privilege on that. Although standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior and no possession of any weapons, firearms, ammunition, or other devices or anything fashioned to be a weapon. Although there are no alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drugs, I will also indicate that you are not to have contact with Bryant Neal. You understand all of that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Your Honor, my client is asking for his bond to be lower than the 5,010%. He tells me as part of the agreement he's due to get out after sentencing. I don't.
The 29th, I go back to court and get released. 29th.
You're saying it's going to be
this month.
Right, but you're saying that it's going to be a year credit, a year served?
I already served it.
That's what I mean.
That sentence.
Listen to what I'm saying. You're saying that your sentence in that case will be a year, as the prosecutor's indicated, but you've got credit of a year.
Yeah.
All right. I'll leave this where it is. You double check that. And we'll deal with it on the 15th.
Understood.
All right. Thank you.
15.
Court calls case People versus Lori Jean Taylor.
Hold, please. We're trying to see if we can possibly, and it's just a schedule thing, if we can speed watch Hawaii to catch up to the verdict. That would be awesome. Church sentencing is today. I forget what time Judy Church is. Was it 11? Is that going to happen? Was that right now? I've been keeping an eye on Hawaii for a while. It's a very interesting case. For those that are not familiar with the Hawaii trial we're talking about, this is Dr. Gerhardt Koenig, who is a South African-born anesthesiologist. He worked at the Maui Health. He was suspended following this incident, obviously. He's charged with second-degree attempted murder. He pleaded not guilty. The intended target was his wife, who the prosecutors alleged that on March 24th, my birthday last year, so this is a speedy trial pretty thing, but it's not murder, so these go fast. On her birthday, which is the same as my birthday, they went on a hike on the Palipuka Trail near the Nuuanu. I can't even say these words. The Hawaiian words are rough. Pali Lookout on Oahu. And Koenig, the defendant, attacks his wife after suspecting her of having an emotional affair. The way he attacked her, he did a couple things. First of all, he tried to push her off the cliff first, when she basically was able to catch hold of shrubs and rocks and anything on the ground to prevent her from being pushed off the cliff. He straddled her and came at her with a syringe, trying to inject her with something, a substance. She was able to bat that away so that, he lost control of that. At which point, allegedly, he picked up a rock and proceeded bashing her on the head with the rock. This trial contains graphic photos of those injuries. Just a heads up. So this is what it contains. So his wife is at this point tries to reason with him, tries to talk to him, is screaming for help, and draws the attention of two female hikers who are hiking up the trail, and they speed up and get up there and see what's going on. They don't interfere directly, but they do say, "Hey, we're calling the police," and their presence and actions there stopped the assault. At which point, the wife was able to escape and go back down the trail and meet up with medical personnel on the bottom. That's the basics for Hawaii. So that's the story. We have to speed watch this if we want to get done before the case is over, because I hate watching a trial when the verdict's already come in. So we're gonna zoom through everything, knowing that tomorrow I have another appointment to fix my back. Sorry, but that's gonna be at 5:30. So we're gonna see if we can just zip through all of this just as fast as humanly possible. And let's see, that's going to be on 6. Let's see if we can do this. Ready, 3, 2, 1. I need to resize everything because I'm too small in the corner. Run to A. There we go. A little bigger. And boom. All right. Just like that, we're in Hawaii. This is going to be speed watching. We're on 1.5 speed. It's going to be fast, but it's the only way we can get it done. So we'll try to zip through all the breaks. Just learned you're getting in and out.
Why they waited 5 days until the morning of opening, I have no idea. But the remedy that I'm asking for is that they not be allowed to call her tomorrow. That's only fair. They can call other witnesses, call her Tuesday. You know, I'm not asking for a continuance. I think this is helpful to us, but we should have time to incorporate it into our cross in our case and think about it.
We fix the audio.
So at the very least, that's what the remedy should be. We can deal with other issues of sanctions or whatnot later, but I don't even know what to say. We're opening in 10 minutes. I mean, it'd be something if they if she said that to them this morning, you know, 5 days ago. And not to mention, we've been here together for many of those 5 days. Well, I don't know, maybe there's a storm and all, but you know, we were here together all day together yesterday. I mean,
That's defense.
so that's
They're
what
mad
I'm
about
not asking to delay opening. I'm not asking to delay
a late
trial.
disclosure of a
At the very
witness.
least, they should not be able to call her until Tuesday to, out of fairness, give us time to deal with this. Mr. Barr?
This is pre-trial, pre-openings.
So the state does conduct pretrial interviews with witnesses regularly. In our experience, oftentimes, when you do that pretrial interview, things come up. Originally, when this statement was made, it didn't trigger anything in my mind that would be substantively different than her original statement to police. And the part of that original statement was where she described the part of the trail where this happened. The order of events Mr. Otake gave is not exactly what she said in her statement. So this was consistent with that order of events in that she was trying to get past the defendant on that narrow section of the trail. And what I understood the statement to be was just an explanation, a further explanation of how she was getting past the defendant before he grabbed her. So that was my understanding of how it was similar or contained in her other statements. I was reviewing all the transcripts yesterday. I discussed with supervisor late last night and came to the conclusion, in abundance of caution, we should disclose this. So we did. It is not inconsistent with any of her other statements. It is an additional fact, an additional thing she told the defendant, an additional fact, but it's not something that makes whatever else she said not true. So it's not on its face inconsistent. It's not on its face exculpatory. I understand the defense will want to use it to impeach her just on the fact that the statement was not made prior. I understand that. But there was no malice or ill will with that. It was just, it came out in the interview. It didn't even cross my mind as something that was new to the point that it needed to be explained. I thought it was just
I think our audio gets better over
explanation of something we
time.
already all knew. So that's the background on that one. I want to note that Mr. Otake mentioned he might need to subpoena Mr.
We do one more change.
He's already subpoenaed by the defense. So that witness has already been subpoenaed by the defense and I believe was in contact with the defense team. Lastly, the remedy that the defense asked for. My understanding of how the schedule would be working tomorrow
1.25 speed.
would be, the plan is to call Ms. Koenig in the early afternoon, finish the direct, have approximately an hour for cross-examination to start on Friday, and then for cross-examination to continue on Tuesday. So I believe that we should still be able to put Ms. Koenig on. There will still be opportunity to start the cross-examination. Defense will still have the weekend to discuss and use this disclosure. Overall, every time you interview a witness, there's always a chance that something comes up. This is one that didn't, when it happened, strike me as something that needed to be disclosed. After further reflection and a bunch of caution, we did. But that's the situation. Thank you.
Just very briefly, I mean, obviously, the fact that they felt the need to talk to a supervisor about it shows that, you know, it was something that was on their mind. And let me just say how I think this played out, logically in their mind, right? They withheld it for 4 days, right? She's testifying, I don't know, tomorrow, supposedly, and it occurred to them that she was probably going to say this on the stand. And it occurred to them that, and I was going to say, you never said that ever before. In 4 interviews with the detectives, grand jury testimony, 252, you never said that before. And then it occurred to them, her response was going to be, well, yeah, I did. I told the prosecutors that last week. And then they would be in trouble. So I think that's what happened when they're like, oh, it's not an abundance of caution to help us. It's because they realized that this was going to lead to big problems. So and the remedy of letting her do her direct tomorrow afternoon and we don't cross her to Tuesday, that's worse for us. That's not a remedy at all. That means, you know, so that rewards them for this misconduct. So she should not take the stand until Tuesday to give us a chance to evaluate this, you know, figure out how we want to use it in our cross, be ready to go as we listen to her direct, have time to talk to my client about it. And it's the least we can ask for and do under these circumstances, which, you know, I know we're opening in a few minutes, and so it is what it is, but it's the least that we can ask for. I don't know. Anyway.
Anybody want to add anything else? Just, no. Okay. Also appreciate your thoughts. The court, I'm not clear on the true impact of these new statements of the complaining witness might be. And I don't think I need to get into it at this point in time. What I will do, though, given the situation that we're in, and to preserve our ability to proceed, I'm going to grant Mr. Otake's request to delay the presentation of Gerhardt Koenig's testimony until next week. It doesn't sound like it's going to set us back that much in terms of trial, and it will give Mr. Otake and the defense team the opportunity to fully consider what might have been turned over recently, and we'll just start with her testimony on Tuesday. I think that's a reasonable request.
Thank you.
Anything else we should take up before we have the jury come back in? I do have some concerns with some of the defense exhibits. I brought this up. I would be listing those concerns for the court.
Do we need to address that right now before closing?
I want to address it before any HPD witnesses testify.
Sure.
We're going to use those exhibits.
I don't know which ones he's talking about.
These are the body counts.
Well, with the witnesses today, there may be, but there's certain, and we can get into it exhibit by exhibit, but as a whole, there's some clips we made that don't have audio just to show, because it's the best evidence of the trail when the officer's walking up the trail. So there's that. There's other clips we made, but so I'm not sure which ones or which officers, but is your concern that we're going to...
What is the concern?
Yeah, what's the concern?
The concern is that the body worn camera of several officers is clipped to specifically show officers discussing the legal charges that they're considering, and essentially introducing opinion testimony of the officers about the appropriateness of any charge, which in our mind is not admissible. And they've been clipped to not even include the full discussions of the officers about the charge. So that's the concern. Well, isn't any statement on the body cam an out-of-court statement that's hearsay?
So if I can explain.
Yeah, not admissible.
We're not, it's impeachment. So we have it there as an abundance of caution as impeachment, at least those clips. So, my plan was to ask the officers certain things about those things, and if we need to, it's impeachment. I'm not planning to admit that. I agree with you generally that statements on body cams are hearsay, and unless there's a non-hearsay good reason for it, but I viewed it more as impeachment. I put it in there just in case. I'm not planning to admit them into evidence.
And the impeachment doesn't go to the legal opinion as to what the appropriateness of the charge is?
Yes, but just,
yes, it doesn't, or yes, it does?
Yes, I agree with you. But I think what he's getting at, and again, I don't think we need to address that right now, but what he's getting at is there are some clips where the case gets classified as an assault second. And then the one officer is discussing it with, I think it would maybe the sergeant, and the sergeant's like, oh, that sounds bad, let's make it an attempted murder. And he's like, okay. And so that's it, just to show how it got reclassified. But I don't know if we need to address that right this second, but I think that's what he's concerned about, right?
And that is a very serious concern. It is. Because their legal opinion as to what the classification of the charges is not relevant, right?
Yeah, right, but their full and fair investigation is. Full and fair investigation is always relevant, and the fact that within 5 minutes they decided that this was going to be an attempted murder is highly relevant.
Tell this one's spicy.
Their lack of a full and fair investigation before that decision was made. And what information did they have when they classified it that way, or reclassified it from an assault to? They see her, they deal with her, they say this is assault to. She gives some statements. They just take that statement, and 5 minutes later he's arrested for. It's upgraded to attempted murder. So that goes to their full and fair investigation or lack thereof. So it's not a legal opinion. It's
these are scene officers, not CID or not investigators who actually confirm the case, right?
They're not prosecutors.
Well,
these are patrol guys. Yes.
There is a patrol officer, a sergeant, and then they are at some point in touch with a detective.
Okay, I understand. I'm inclined to keep out their conclusion as to what the appropriateness of the charge is. But we can also address it later if we need to, but that's my general thought.
Understood.
Anything else we should take up? Not for the moment.
I know we said 45 for opening, but that sounds like a little flexible.
Yesterday.
Huh?
You said 40
No, 40 was for deer. 45 was opening. Right, that's like 40 was for deer, because remember you asked him, are you good?
That's fine.
I would have never said 40. There's no way I can do it in 40.
Okay, but you had a concern about that, Mr. Otake?
Just that if it leads into 46, 47, it's not the end of the world.
That's fine. And can we agree, though, that we keep them together?
That's okay with me. I don't know if for a court report, if that's okay, and as long as nobody uses their I prefer that, but
I think that's what we should try to do if we can. Anything else we should take up? Just in the goal of that, would it be best then to take the court's instructions, not super long, but would it be best to take a break after the court's instructions? No. The instructions are 5 minutes. 7 minutes.
You're gonna hold the stop sign after 5 minutes. That's good for you.
I will.
Anything else we should take up?
Nothing else for this one.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Let's recess for now.
Okay, they're going to take a quick break.
This morning,
While they take a quick break, we're going to zoom ahead because we can, because we're speed watching. Give us a minute to get back to when they start.
State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt Koenig, 1 CPC-25-373 for further jury trial. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Joel Garner for the state.
Jury's present now.
Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Franklin Don Picaro Jr.
Morning, Mr. Garner. Morning, Mr. Picaro.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Otake and Mantha Dirks on behalf of Dr. Gerhardt Koenig, who is present. Morning, Mr. Otake. Morning, Mr. Dirks. Morning, Dr. Koenig.
Morning, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, all of you can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning to all of you. Welcome back to courtroom 15. Thanks for your patience. I should have told you when we were selecting.
We're going to skip jury instructions.
Days that there are always delays here in circuit court. I think you're already aware of that. So thank you very much for your patience. We'll try to keep.
We're going to delay jury instructions just for a minute here, as he tells them, pay attention. We'll find out as the trial proceeds whether they're allowed to take notes or not. But we're going to start with the prosecutor's opening here in just 1 second.
Mr. Garner, are you ready to present the state's opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please.
Okay, actually, I'm going to slow this one down. We need to hear this part.
Help! 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 Those are the words that Amanda Morris and Sarah Bucksbaum heard as they were walking up the Palipuka Trail on March 24, 2025. Amanda and Sarah heard those words, help, 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 and they rushed up the trail thinking that somebody had fallen off of the cliff on top. They get to the section with the cliff, and they see, and Amanda sees, a man on top of a woman. A man holding a rock. The man swings the rock, hits the woman in the head. Sarah sees that same man standing over that same woman, holding that same rock.
They both saw the same thing?
Both of them see the woman, Ariel Koenig, with a face covered in blood. In this trial, you will learn about Ariel Koenig, who she is, what happened that day. But you'll also learn about
we'll also learn about something else.
the man holding the rock. The man who hit her with that rock. Dr. Gerhardt Koenig, anesthesiologist, Ariel's husband, and the defendant in this case. Now, Ariel and Dr. Koenig, the defendant, normally don't live on Oahu. They're from Maui, where Ariel works remotely and Dr. Koenig practices anesthesia. But that weekend, March 24th, 2025, just under a year ago, they came to Oahu for Ariel's birthday. Ariel's birthday, March 24th, the day this happened. It was actually Ariel's very first trip to Oahu. Her first time coming to this island. The defendant planned the trip. The defendant booked the tickets. The defendant booked the hotel room. The defendant planned the couple's activities. The defendant researched and planned the hike that he took Ariel on that morning.
Wow.
That morning, March 24th, 2025, around 10 o'clock in the morning, the defendant drives Ariel up to the Poly Lookout. They get to the Poly Lookout, the big tourist area overlooking the whole bunch of the windward side. and they get ready to go on the hike. The trailhead for the Polypuka Trail is in the bus parking lot of the Poly Lookout, so not where rental cars or other people park. It's on the other side, next to a set of bathrooms over a wall. So the defendant takes Ariel there, but when they get to the trailhead, they see other potential hikers. They see other people looking for how to start the trail. And Ariel wants to help them. She wants to help them find where the trail starts so that those people can hike up the trail. And she suggests that to the defendant. She says, why don't we show them where the trail is? And he tells her, no. He wants to hike with her alone. He doesn't want to help those people. He wants to hike with her alone. So, they don't go up the trail at that point. They go to the Poly Lookout. They go to the tourist area with the plaques. They go to the lookout looking all over the windward side and stay there for a few minutes, take photos, then go back to the trail. Now when they go back, there's nobody else. They're alone, and they start the hike together.
Dun, dun, dun. Cue dramatic music.
They start the hike. It starts in a heavily forested area. You climb over a wall, you go past a sign, you start going up a hill. It's a steep hill, a lot of tree roots, but not a lot of brush cover on the very start. So they go up this hill, and they get to the top of the ridge. Once they get to the top of the ridge, the trail goes left. The trail follows the top of the ridge. On one side, the town side, there's a steep hill covered in forest, heavy brush on the ground. But on the other side, the windward side of the trail, sheer cliff, a several 100-foot drop.
That's not survivable.
All the way to the bottom of the Poly.
You can't fall several hundred feet, just in case you're curious.
They start to hike up the trail. They start to hike up the ridge. And they go for a few minutes.
It's more than
Everything's
once.
normal. But they get to a point
Defendant's
where
there
you
in
need to
light
climb
blue.
with your hands and your feet. A scramble area. Once they get to that point, Ariel gets freaked out by the exposure. She doesn't like that there's a big cliff to the right. She doesn't like there's a steep hill down the left. Doesn't like that she has to climb on her hands and feet. So she wants to turn around. And the whole reason of going to the Polypuka hike is because there's a puka.
A puka.
Up the trail, there is a puka, a hole in the side of the mountain where you can look through the hole, take photos, where you can look out through the puka down at the windward side. But they never got there because Ariel wanted to turn around. So Ariel stops hiking. She says she's not comfortable with this. She wants to turn around.
Defense
The
lawyer
defendant
surveys
goes
the
on.
room.
He hikes another couple minutes up the trail. He hikes another couple minutes, then he comes back and he tells Ariel, tries to convince her to keep going. He tries to say, oh, this is the hardest part. Everything beyond this little bit, easy. But Ariel's still not feeling it. Ariel doesn't want to go on. So they start to descend. And as they start to descend the trail, as they start to walk down that ridge, now, at this point, the steep hill with the forest is on the right, the town side, and the cliff side, the windward side, is on the left.
You guys oriented
They
to
walk
this?
down the trail. They're taking photos. They're sending photos to their family. Defendant ends up taking Ariel's phone to take photos of her, to take a selfie. And Ariel actually takes a photo of the defendant with her phone as well, right by the cliff. Ariel takes a photo and she sends it to her family on an application called Snapchat with the tagline on there, "Don't look down." The defendant then wants to take a photo with Ariel right by the edge of the cliff. And she says she's uncomfortable with it. She's uncomfortable with the cliff. She's uncomfortable with the fall, with the danger. So she goes, she holds onto a tree, and she tries to take the photo. The defendant goes back up, away from the cliff, back towards the trail. Ariel follows.
We're following this for the first time. We're going to speed trial.
And then as Ariel's moving down the trail to safely get by the defendant at this narrow spot with the cliff behind her, the defendant ends up grabbing her by her shoulders. He pushes her backwards.
Content warning.
Towards that cliff. Ariel goes to the ground. She goes to the ground. They start wrestling. They start struggling. They start fighting. And in that fight, the defendant gains the advantage. The defendant gets on top of Ariel. The defendant is straddling Ariel over her waist, pinning her onto the ground. And Ariel's trying to fight back. She's trying to struggle. But she sees in the defendant's hand a syringe.
He was an anesthesiologist.
She sees in the defendant's hand a syringe, and she tries to hit it away. She hits it. The syringe falls out the defendant's hand. And then she sees a vial in the same hand. As the defendant reaches into the backpack he had, reaching in there, trying to grab something, Ariel still struggles. She still tries to take that vial out of his hand. And they keep fighting. And at this time, the defendant has Ariel's phone. The defendant is holding on to Ariel's purse. The defendant is holding on to Ariel's wallet.
He's pled not guilty.
Ariel pleads with the defendant. She talks about their children. She asks the defendant not to do this. She begs him not to do this. And the defendant says, "I'm sick of this shit." He's sick of this shit.
This apparently was over a
Ariel calms the defendant down.
Emotional affair.
She thinks she calms the defendant down. Until the defendant picks up that rock. Until the defendant picks up that rock that Amanda Morris saw. Until the defendant picks up that rock that Sarah Buxbaum saw. And just when she thought the defendant had calmed down, he starts to take that rock and bash her in the head multiple times. "Help! Help! Help!" is what Ariel says while the defendant is hitting her. And those cries were answered. Those cries were answered when Amanda Morris and Sarah Buxbaum arrived on the scene. The defendant stood up. Amanda, again, saw him hit Ariel. The defendant stands up. Ariel is able to scoot away. Ariel is able to get to Amanda and Sarah, and they're able to get Ariel safely down the rest of the trail. Once Ariel got to that safety of Amanda and Sarah, the defendant was left alone at the scene. Alone with Ariel's phone. Alone with Ariel's wallet. Alone with Ariel's purse. Alone with the syringe. And alone with the vial.
Paints the picture pretty well.
All those items, Ariel's phone, purse, wallet, the syringe, the vial, those were never recovered.
They got thrown off the cliff.
The story doesn't end quite there.
Is it?
Once Ariel gets
Is the
to
bottom of
safety.
the cliff an ocean,
A few minutes later,
or is it land?
10:36 a.m., the defendant takes his phone out. He dials his son, his 19-year-old son, named Emil. He calls him on the FaceTime application on his phone. There's a video call. So Emil can see his dad. And Emil sees his dad with blood all over him. And what does the defendant say to Emil? He says, "I'm not going to make it back. I tried to kill Ari, but she got away." That's what the defendant tells Emil. He doesn't just tell Emil that he tried to kill Ariel, though.
Whoa.
He tells her why. The defendant tells Emil, "She's been cheating on me for the last 3 months, or the last several months." He gives his motive to Emil, and he explains his reasoning. He even tells Emil, "I'm at the end of my rope." An hour later, the defendant calls Emil back. The first question the defendant asks him, "Emil, did you tell anybody?" And Emil says yes. Emil says, "I told Judy and Peter Mast, Ariel's mom and stepdad." And how does the defendant respond? He says he's going to jump. Emil tells him not to, tries to convince him not to, and the defendant ends the phone call by saying, "I gotta hang up so the police don't find me."
This is wild.
That phone call was at around 11:40 a.m. That's the last anyone heard of the defendant for the next 6 to 7 hours. The defendant told Emil that he was turning his phone off so the police couldn't find him. And for a long time, they couldn't. Despite a manhunt that lasted for almost 8 hours that day, multiple different agencies, Honolulu Police Department, Honolulu Fire Department, the Department of Land and Natural Resources, multiple agencies all trying to find the defendant, all searching for him in that forest up there at the Palipuka area. None of them could find him. But later on, as the sun was getting ready to set, a few minutes after 6 p.m., March 24, 2025, 3 HPD officers are headed back to the station. They've been called off the search. They're done. They couldn't find him. But as they're driving on that road that goes from the Pali Lookout back to the Pali Highway, back to town, they're driving out and they see a man. They see a man exit the forest. A man matching the description of the defendant. They identify themselves. They say, "Police! Police!" The man runs. He tries to get to the forest. He tries to escape them. The officers catch up. They apprehend him. They do use force to do so.
I did. I changed it.
And the man is identified as Dr. Gerhardt Koenig. Now, you'll hear about this case. You've all been informed about how long this trial is going to be. So you'll hear about this case in a couple different phases. First, we'll hear from witnesses, Amanda Morris, Sarah Bucksbaum. You'll hear what happened up at the Pali Lookout on March 24, 2025. You'll hear how the investigation proceeded. You'll hear from the HPD officers who responded. You'll hear from The DLNR officer responded. You'll hear from the evidence specialists who went to the scene, who took photographs of the bloody patch on the ground, of the crushed plants, of the trail of blood. You'll see those photos. You'll see the photos of Ariel at the scene and how she looked like immediately after this happened.
Just how she looked is all you need to know. Have to do the like.
You'll hear from Ariel herself. She'll testify as to what happened on March 24th, her birthday. And she'll testify on March 24th of this year.
Ooh, maybe.
1 year later.
We're going to count objections on
She'll
this one, by the
describe
way.
what happened that day. She'll describe the 3 months, almost 4 months, leading up to that day. She'll describe this cheating that the defendant was upset about. Because back in December 2024, the defendant found WhatsApp messages between Ariel and a coworker. Ariel describes them as flirty. You will see the messages. You will see the messages, and you will get to see what they say. There's nothing lewd. There's nothing sexual.
No spice.
There's nothing romantic. They're flirty.
Just plain murder.
But this was an issue in their relationship. The defendant was upset. Ariel wanted to stay in the relationship. They take the steps. They go to couples counseling. Things are getting better. Things are getting better. And Ariel keeps thinking, okay, now it's time. A romantic trip,
This is
birthday
attempted murder.
weekend, we're back on track.
I don't miss the coughs,
Lastly,
Danny. The coughs were too.
Ariel will explain what happened after this incident. So after March 24th, what kind of injuries she had, what kind of effects they had on her. She'll explain, and you will hear testimony, that Ariel, after this happened, by several days, removed the money from a joint bank account that she shared with the defendant. You'll hear that Ariel removed that money, that she used it to pay the mortgage, that she used it to pay for the tuition for the children she shared with the defendant, that she used it to pay marital debt that they'd incurred, that she used it to pay the defendant's own credit card bills. So you'll see what Ariel did with that money. Okay. Beyond that, you'll hear scientific evidence in this case. There will be DNA testimony. All of the blood that was found on the trail was swabbed. All that blood was subjected to DNA testing. And all of that blood, through the DNA testing, shows an incredibly high likelihood ratio that supports is Ariel's blood and only her blood. But not only the blood from the trail, several different swabs from the defendant's clothes recovered from his person all will show Ariel's blood and none will show his.
Seems like a pretty strong case against him.
You'll see the evidence that was collected.
What are your thoughts?
You'll see the rock. You'll see the rock that was recovered from the trail. The bottom half, jagged, covered in Ariel's blood. You'll also hear in this case what's called digital forensics.
We've got the first objection from before court.
The police recovered a laptop, the defendant's laptop. And they looked through that laptop for certain terms, and they found from December 2024 through March 2025, several relevant things that you'll hear. You'll hear the defendant on Christmas Eve 2024, 3 in the morning, was on the internet, looking up internet forum posts about infidelity. You'll hear the defendant on Christmas Day at 4 in the morning was doing the same thing.
Merry Christmas. That's
You'll hear that on Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, 8:30 p.m., the defendant was looking up Ariel's financial information. You'll see from the forensics that in those months leading up to March 24th, you will see what was on the defendant's mind by looking at the digital forensics. You'll see that he was looking up divorce. He was looking up how much his prior divorce had cost him.
Wow.
He was looking up notes on Ariel's computer about divorce. He was looking up Ariel's financials. And lastly, from the digital forensics, you will see these messages that the defendant was so upset about. Okay, almost there.
Okay. Let's get to the finish. Okay.
Near the end, the last couple phases of this trial, you'll hear from Emil Koenig. He'll testify what happened on March 24th. He'll testify about that first phone call, about what his dad told him, about why his dad did it. He'll testify about that second phone call, about what his dad told him he was going to do. You'll hear that the defendant confessed and that he planned to hide from the police. And lastly, at the end, you'll hear from the officers who successfully apprehended the defendant. On their way back to the station, just ran into him. So you hear from them
after a day of searching, they just
what they
bumped
saw,
into him.
what the defendant did, and how they managed to catch him.
And they laugh at him a little bit.
And at the end of this case, at the end of all this evidence, the state will come back, the evidence will show, and the state will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Dr. Gerhardt Koenig consciously, intentionally made a choice on March 24th, 2025 to try to take a life. And when the state does that, we will ask you to find the defendant guilty as charged. Thank you.
Good storytelling there. Defense gets to take over a very different style. They obviously have a different story to tell that doesn't include attempted murder. At least not the way that...
Are you ready to present the defendant's opening statement? I am, Your Honor. Thank you. Please, just a second to get set up here. Take your time, whenever you're ready. Thanks.
Just go ahead and move your microphone. Drag the furniture around the courtroom until you're comfortable. We'll wait for you, sir. Got 2 objections so far. Takes a good swig of water, excuse me.
Okay, ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There are often 2 sides to every story, and it's only fair that we wait to hear both sides before we start to make up our mind. You just heard one side. You just heard one side. And this is my opportunity to share with you the other side. To share with you the full story, both sides. To share with you the complex human interactions between Gerhardt and his wife, and the complex human chain of events between December and March that resulted in him sitting here falsely accused of attempted murder. And the evidence will show he is falsely accused of attempted murder. And let me get one thing straight from the start. He never, ever confessed to his son on that phone call. The evidence will show that's not true.
Really?
This is a long, complex human story. And I'm going to walk you through all the details of it this morning. However, The evidence will show that this story, this human story, can be summarized best in 3 words. Just in summary, 3 words.
I've got 2 of them. Attempted murder.
Unwilling, and untrue. Unfaithful, unwilling, and untrue. Unfaithful. Ariel Koenig was unfaithful to her husband. In the latter part of 2024, she engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a man she worked with, a married man named Jeffrey Miller, an affair. When Gerhardt discovered it in early December 2024, he was heartbroken. He was devastated. And he didn't know if they could come back from that. He didn't know if he could trust her again. He didn't know if he wanted to. But they both had a lot invested in this marriage. They both had moved to Maui. They had 2 very young boys together. And they thought they should try. Both of them wanted to try. But in order to try, there was going to be things that Gerhardt needed on a human level. On a human level, there's just going to be things he needed to heal from her inappropriate relationship with Mr. Miller.
Like what?
He was going to need her to quit her job and never speak to, communicate, or be together with Mr. Miller again. Understandable.
You can see the Mr. Miller part.
She loved her job. She liked her job very much. It's a very rare, unique job. I want to talk a little bit more about that. But he needed her to quit and not be around Mr. Miller. He needed her to accept responsibility, not minimize, not be defensive, show remorse for this relationship that she had. And you will see the messages, some of them, because she deleted most of them. But the ones you'll see. And you'll see where she, in text messages to him, admits that she had an affair. You'll see it. So he needed her to accept it, and he needed her to show remorse. And he needed her to give up some of her secrecy. She had been hiding things, deleting things, so he needed that. If he was going to trust her again, he needed her to be more open and not hide these things. And he needed some intimacy from her, emotional intimacy, but also physical, to feel better, to feel like she still cared about him.
Got a list of demands.
Unwilling. Second word. The evidence will show that after being confronted by him, she initially admits to it, accepts responsibility, and says she wants to do these things, says, yeah, you're right, I want to make this work, I'm going to quit my job, no more contact with Miller, do all these things. Very quickly, that changed. She very quickly became unwilling to do those things that it was going to take to live this way, to make it work. Primarily, she did not want to quit her job, and not seeing Mr. Miller in person was affecting her job. So she didn't quit. She said, but I just won't talk to him, I won't be with him. But that was affecting her job into January and February. So she quickly became unwilling to do those things. And that unwillingness led to a very tumultuous January and February of 2025, because they would make some progress, and then she would, she wouldn't be willing. They would take a couple steps back. It was an emotional roller coaster for both of them. Complex human interactions. But they were trying. They were trying. They were trying. This leads to March, when, in an effort to try, Gerhardt asks her, hey, your birthday's coming up, what do you want to do? She is the one who said, hey, I've been wanting to go on a staycation to Oahu. You will see it. She admits to that. So they go on this trip to Oahu.
A staycation?
And they go on this hike, and I'm going to get into a lot more details, but you're going to hear how on the hike she brought it up. And she said, hey, it's been a while now. I got to see Mr. Miller again for work. You got to trust me. And he's dumbfounded. He realizes they made zero progress over the last 3 months. She doesn't understand what he's going through. She's not willing to do what it's going to take. And he tells her, well, this isn't going to work. You're going to have to move out, and I'm going to tell all our family and friends about your affair. It's just not going to work. This leads to a physical altercation that she started. She started. She came after him, started kicking, punching. They end up on the ground. She's swinging at him. He's grabbing an arm. She's swinging with the other arm. She's kicking him. As the prosecutor said, they're on the ground. She picks up a rock and hits him in the face with it. And he quickly reacts, human reaction, grabs the rock, hits her twice, and stops. Untrue.
Yeah,
Untrue.
That's we agree on that part.
After that, knowing that the marriage is over, knowing that this is heading for a divorce and custody battle, the evidence will show Ariel Koenig says many untrue things about what happened. And she did so, you will see, to get the upper hand in the coming divorce and custody case. And you will see how she is using the allegations in this case, in the divorce, to get everything. His retirement, the house, full custody, everything. Unfaithful to her husband, unwilling to do what it was going to take, untrue things after all of this happens on the cliff. Says untrue things. I'm going to get into this in a lot more detail over the next half an hour. But there's a few things I want to address up front. The evidence will show there was absolutely no premeditated plan to take her up to this busy parking lot, the Poly Lookout parking lot, in broad daylight in the middle of the morning at 10-something in the morning, and try to kill her in broad daylight. There was no premeditated plan. This was a unplanned, unanticipated scuffle that happened between a couple. There was no plan. Number two, the evidence will show there was absolutely no syringes on the mountain that day. He didn't have any syringes, wasn't trying to stab her. The evidence will show he never tried to throw her off the cliff. She attacked him, pushed him, and they ended up in a scuffle on the ground. He never tried to throw off the cliff. Number four, the evidence will show he did hit her with the rock. He did hit her with the rock. And she does have, I'll tell you, she's got a bad cut on her head. She's got a severe laceration on her head from it. And it bleeds a lot. But the evidence will show, medically speaking, it looked worse than it was. You'll hear from Queen's doctors who treated her that day and said that there was no substantial risk of death from the cut, and it didn't even rise to the level of serious bodily injury. She had no skull fractures, brain bleeds. They stitched her up, they let her go the next morning. That's what the medical evidence will show. The evidence will show he never confessed to his son. I'm going to talk more about that later. That's what the evidence will show. Now, before I get into the details more, I want to share a little bit with you about Dr. Koenig, Gerhardt.
It's a very different story.
47 years old. He was 46 when this happened. He was actually born and raised initially in South Africa. His parents, Peter, his dad, and his mom, Anwil, flew in today. They were raising the kids. He has 3 siblings, 2 brothers and a sister. LaRue, Ruan, and Lisa, his siblings. At some point when Gerhardt was about 9th grade, they moved to San Diego. Just things going on in South Africa at the time. They wanted to come in a better situation. Gerhardt graduated from high school, went to college, UC San Diego, majored in bioengineering. Worked a little bit, went to med school. He got married young, his first marriage when he was 20 years old. He married a lady named Jessica Ray Patella. And they had 2 kids.
She's the one that got
when
away.
he was relatively young, still in medical school. Ophelia, his older daughter, and then Emil. You're going to hear a lot about Emil. And he finished med school. He did his residency in anesthesiology and became board certified, was actually teaching as a professor. And sometime in his residency, his first marriage, they separated, they got a divorce. So he knows what it's like to get a divorce. You know, it's not ideal. He didn't want to do it again, but it wasn't a situation where, like, if, you know, he had to, I'm going to kill her if I can't be with her. No, he's been through it. So they separate, and from his first wife. When it's time for him to start dating again, he goes online and uses dating for a couple of free dating apps. It didn't really work out, so he paid for a subscription to eharmony.com.
Not a sponsor.
And at some point, Ariel Koenig reaches out to him, and they go on a date at a bar, and things progress from there.
eHarmony does not want
They
this.
get married in
featured
2018.
prominently.
They have their first son, Olin, is born in 2020. And they're living in Pittsburgh at the time. He's working, she's working. And they wanted to find a safer place to live. There was a lot of gun violence in the area. It was important to them to find a safer, maybe warmer place as well. They fell in love with Maui. For those reasons, they fell in love with Maui. It was going to be a hit to their careers, though, because especially her, what she does, nuclear engineering, and she works on these big nuclear energy projects.
Well, she's smart.
It wasn't really jobs like that in Maui, but she wanted to do that and come here. And so that's what they did. They moved here in March of 2023. And right before they moved here, literally the month before, their second son, Vigo, was born. Right before they moved. So they move here, and from March 2023 until December 2024, for Gerhardt, it was a dream life. He got a good job at Maui Memorial. He loved his wife. He loved his kids, living in paradise on Maui. It was a great life. He loved his marriage. In 2024, we find out Ariel didn't necessarily feel the same way. In August of 2024, she has to travel a lot for work because she works virtually. In August of 2024, she goes on a trip to South Africa with Jeffrey Miller. And Gerhardt knows about it, but he has no reason to be concerned. He's not really worried about it at all. She comes back. In October, the family, they go on a trip to Kauai for Emil's birthday. And for the first time, he starts to see some red flags. He overhears her talking on the phone to Mr. Miller, which is supposed to be a work call, and it just didn't sound right. It was overly flirty. It was the way someone in a relationship would talk to another, and it bothered him.
He was jealous.
But he said, maybe, I'm not, it's weird, but, things progress in November and December. He keeps seeing these things. When he walks in, she's texting somebody, she hides her phone, and he starts to, a lot of red flags. So he goes into detective mode. And in early December, when she's sleeping, he logs onto her phone, and she's not text messages, not emails for work. She finds a WhatsApp message thread between her and Miller. And it was more than flirty. It was very, very concerning. It was inappropriate. And what concerned him a lot is it was clear she was deleting a lot of it. So he's really, really worried. Really worried. He stays home the next day, and now he uses his computer and he logs onto WhatsApp, and he's able to log into her WhatsApp. And he sees live the communication throughout the day between her and Miller. And it was clear what was going on between the two of them.
So
and he'll tell you about what he saw. Knowing now that she was in this inappropriate relationship and this affair with Mr. Miller, he was heartbroken. And he didn't know quite what to do. So a couple of days go by. They had a trip planned to San Luis Obispo, and he ends up confronting her about it there. She's immediately apologetic. She says she admits to it, and they have, it's hard. It's a lot of tears, a lot of crying, a lot of working through it that weekend. They don't know what to do, and he was telling her, I don't know maybe you should move out. Maybe you should move out. And by the end, they agree, okay, not going to move out, but these are the things that he needed, right? And we talked about that. And he shared, with her, she needed to quit her job. She needed to not see him anymore. And all the things that I talked to you about earlier. They get back to Maui, and she actually starts looking for a new job. You will hear that there's no other job like hers. And she quickly realizes she wasn't willing to give that up. She wanted her career mattered to her more than doing what Gerhardt needed to stop working with this man. Now, January and February, like I said, a lot of emotional roller coaster, working on it, making progress, realizing she starts minimizing, she starts bringing up things he should have done differently. They end up in counseling. The counseling's about other things as well, and they're making some progress. It's kind of like one step forward, two steps back, but they're still trying. And this comes to the March trip that I talked to you about. Now, he does suggest, let's do something for your birthday. She says, why don't we go on a trip to Oahu?
She's a nuclear engineer. This was not some big plan of his to get her to Oahu, the more crowded place, and try to kill her in broad daylight. He's an anesthesiologist.
Okay? That's the evidence will not support that. They came here for her birthday. The first night, I think they get here on a Sunday. They have a good day. They go to the spa together. You'll see some photos from the trip. They're enjoying themselves. They go to dinner that night. Next day is her birthday. They wake up, they go downstairs, they get coffee. The plan was they were going to go on this hike. She knew about the hike. They researched it together before coming here. She packed her hiking stuff. It was something that she was excited about. And then after that, they were going to spend some time at the pool. And you will see the reservation from Fett Restaurant that he made for dinner that night.
Fett what?
You'll see it. He had dinner reservations for that very night when apparently he had a plan to throw off a mountain that day.
Different than the website.
Reservations at the restaurant. So that was what the day was supposed to be. You hear they start heading up to the mountain, and that morning you'll hear about some life insurance issues. You hear that after this affair and all of that, as a way to kind of commit, he wanted to increase his life insurance for her. He wanted to increase his for her. So you hear he took the steps to increase his life insurance to $1.5 million. And it came in 2 stages. The million got approved about a week or so before, and that morning the second half of that got approved. And you see on the document, he made her the sole beneficiary. He got an email that very morning of the hike, and he shared it with her, and he said, hey, look, good news, it's all approved. 1.5 million in effect. I think hers was up to maybe 250,000 or something like that. And so that was on the way there. He shared that with her. So they get there, and you're going to see the body cam, or you're going to see evidence. It's a super crowded parking lot. Tour buses, tourists, people everywhere, cars everywhere. He says, oh, well, it was a separate tour bus one, and that they're right next to each other. It's the same parking lot. It's a very, very crowded place. It's a popular trail. This incident that they described, that I'll describe today, it took place about 5 minutes in from that parking lot. It took place 5 minutes in from that parking lot in broad daylight. There was no effort to go on this hike alone. They had some trouble. First time there, they're looking for the trailhead. They go to check out the Plea lookout. They start up on the trail. On the trail, they start talking about the progress they're making and things like that. And she says, hey, I need you to start trusting me more. It's been a while. We've made progress. I got to be able to travel for work. I got to be able to be in the same place as Mr. Miller. You don't have to worry about it, but I do need, it's impacting my work, okay? We're not here saying that she wanted to divorce him and marry Mr. Miller. She had this, affair on the side and whatever it was, but now she was worried about her job. And she was saying, I got to be able, it's affecting my work. And he's dumb, like I said, he's dumbfounded. It showed that she had zero understanding of what he was going through in the last 3 months, how hard it was for him. And that leads him to tell her, this is crazy. This isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. And you're going to have to move out, and people are going to ask why, and I'm going to tell them why. Because of your relationship with Mr. Jeffrey Miller, your co-worker. Of course, she's upset. And this is very important. You will hear this from her. At that point, she says, I don't want to go on this hike anymore. Understandably, they're in a big fight, right? But they're 5 minutes in from the parking lot. You'll see it's not very far up. It's not sheer cliffs on every side when you're walking up there. There's bushes, and, they're 5 minutes in. And she says, I don't want to go on this hike. Very important. He says, okay, well, fine. I'm going up on my own. And he leaves her there and continues on. That will be undisputed. Leaves her there. Equally important. He goes up a little bit, 5 minutes in, and he's like, this is ridiculous. I'm not going to go on this hike. Just forget it. Let's just go back to the hotel and just, go home. Comes back down, and she will tell you this, undisputed. He gets there, and he says to her, oh, you're still here. I thought you were going back to the car. The evidence will show he had no plan to take her up there and kill her. The evidence will show he left her on the hike thinking she was going back to the car. This idea about, oh, she got away and escaped from me. He left her thinking she was going back to the car. This is not some fight over not wanting to take a photo in the right place. He gets back down there, and she's acting different, and she's acting very differently. You'll hear about it. And what happens next is he turns around, and he's just, they're talking, and she's saying, look, let's just forget about it. We'll, whatever. He's looking out over towards the cliff area, and he feels a shove from behind. feels a shove from behind.
Oh.
And he turns around and he says to her, what the hell was that? And it felt to him that she tried to push him towards the edge. And he turns around and he says to her, what are you doing? And she starts screaming. However he said it, help, help, help. She starts screaming. And she's backing away after pushing him and she's yelling, help, help, help. She's not saying he's hitting me, he's killing me or anything like that. You'll hear from the witnesses. They thought somebody fell off the cliff. And he's turning around, he's saying, what are you doing? Why did you push me? And he's walking towards her and she's yelling, help, help. And he puts his hands on her to calm her down.
Yeah.
And she starts swinging. She starts swinging, she starts kicking, he's grabbing her, ends up on the ground. This scuffle was unplanned, unexpected, and escalated quickly. They're on the ground. I described what happened. She's punching him, she's kicking him, he's on top of her trying to stop, hits him, she tries to grab that arm, hits him with the other arm, kicking him, she picks up the rock and hits him with the rock on the side of his head. And she tries to hit him again, he stops, he gets the rock, and in a split second, human reaction, under attack, he hits her with the rock. It was a reflex, it was a reaction, it was in response to the force that he had just experienced. But he stops. He stops.
I can feel the air
because
from
the hit made her stop. And as soon as she stopped, he stopped. It was about this time these two witnesses got there. One of them doesn't even see him hit her at all. The other will tell you she saw one hit. One hit. They got there. They said when they heard it, they came around the corner, and by then he was standing and he had the rock and he didn't hit her. They saw the very tail end of this. They don't know how it started. They didn't see who started it. They got there at the very end. He hit her once and he stopped. After that, the witnesses are there. She's yelling out to them. She crawls down to them, and you hear from them. He stands there. He doesn't come after her. He doesn't aggress towards them. He doesn't yell at them. He doesn't try to grab her and continue to throw her off. She had stopped assaulting him. He had backed away. And he saw that she was okay. He saw that she was talking and yelling to the witnesses. He saw that. And they make their way down the trail. Now, the ambulance comes. There's a lot of blood because you'll hear that part of the head. The scalp, it bleeds a lot. They take her to Queens, and you'll hear when they get there, because she was not in any type of critical condition, she never lost consciousness or anything like that. The ambulance has to wait outside for 20 to 30 minutes or more because of triage, because there's more serious patients. So they're sitting in the ambulance waiting, okay? She eventually tells the police detective that he wanted her to take a selfie. She didn't want to. And he said, I'm sick of this shit. And he grabbed her, tried to throw her off the cliff, picked up, had some syringes, which apparently she says she can just flick out of his hand. And then she tells the detective he beats her with the rock 10 times with all his might. Over and over and over and over again. I know that wasn't 10, but you get the point, okay? Over and over again. She says 10 times with all his might. He beats her with the rock. You will see photos of it. You will hear from the medical experts in this case. 2 from Queens, and we have a forensic pathologist who will talk to you about that. The physical injuries, while the laceration is significant, is inconsistent with being hit in your head 10 times with all your might. She had no skull fractures, no brain bleeds, no orbital fractures. She never lost consciousness. The 2 doctors said there was no substantial risk of death. They said that it wasn't serious bodily injury. And she went home the next day. I'll be the first to tell you, the photos you're going to see are graphic. There is a bad laceration from the hit from the rock. You'll see it. You'll see it. There's a bad laceration. But you hear medically speaking, from the medical doctors in this case, it's not as bad as it looks. You're going to see there's blood everywhere because you'll hear that area, a lot of blood vessels, there's blood everywhere. She never loses consciousness, no risk of death from the injuries, stitched up, went home the next day. And it was a rock. He hit her with a rock in response to her hitting him. So
something doesn't make sense here.
Meanwhile,
how did all the blood get on him?
Gerhardt's up on the mountain. And this is important. Okay, you're going to hear a lot of evidence from him, what was happening, going through his mind. This is, like I said, the evidence will show this is a human
story.
Going to
testify.
Okay, human story. He's stunned about what happened. He's in shock. He doesn't go after them. They go down. And he immediately goes into almost a despondent state. He realizes his marriage is over. He realizes she's yelling to them, call the police, he's trying to kill me. He realizes his career could very well be over. He saw that she was hurt. And you hear, he was disappointed, he was remorseful, he was upset about the whole incident. He never wanted it to come to that. He never wanted her to be hurt. And he was disappointed in himself that he reacted that way, the way he did. He was remorseful that he reacted in that split second. And he went into a deep state of depression, sadness, disappointment, to a place where he became suicidal. And they're going to say the evidence shows his consciousness of guilt that he stayed on the mountain. The evidence will show, it shows that he was human, dealing with this, what just happened, realizing he could lose everything and his marriage is over. So he stayed up on the mountain, and he was suicidal. He was going back and forth between jumping off the cliff and not thinking about his kids. And the one person he wanted to talk to was his 19-year-old son, Emil. His son, not Miss Koenig's. And he calls Emil, and you'll hear, it was an incredibly emotional phone call. He was calling him to say goodbye. He was calling him to tell him he was sorry. He was calling him to tell him that he wished he was a better man. And he'll tell you, he feels terrible about putting his son in that position. He'll tell you he never should have done that, but that was the emotional state he was in at the time. He never in that conversation confessed about my goal was to kill your mom, but she got away. He never said that. He talked about what happened. He talked about how he hurt her. He never said those things. Not that way. Not that way. Emil tries to talk to him. Dad, don't kill yourself. A horrible situation for a boy that age to be in. But it made him think. He stayed up there longer. Finally, before the sun set, he decides, okay, I gotta come down. It's time to just come down and deal with this. He had worked through some of those emotions. He said, I'm gonna come down and just deal with this. So he comes down while the sun is still out onto the main road where the cops are. Not trying to escape by coming down to the main road where all the cops are. Not waiting till it's dark. Comes down. He's been up there processing everything that just happened, going through his emotional phases related to it, and now he comes down. And the cops grab him, and they think he's fleeing, so they grab him, and he's he's a little they apprehend him.
He ran. Cops know when you're fleeing. It's not like a quit resisting.
He feels awful that she got hurt, and you'll see it. I'm telling you, there's blood everywhere. There's a big gash. It was just one, maybe two hits with the rock, and then that's it. That's it. Medically speaking, not that bad. Visually, the photographs look horrible. Just letting you know. But you hear from the doctors. It was not life-threatening. It was not serious bodily injury. They stitched her up. 3 days later, she leaves the hospital. 3 days later, she logs on. He mentioned it. She gets an attorney. within a day or two. Someone who's attorney specializing in criminal defense, TROs, things like that. He gets an attorney. She gets an attorney. 3 days after this incident, she goes onto their joint accounts, moves 130 grand. It's primarily his money without his permission. She's in touch with her attorney. They file a restraining order against him. The hearing's coming up. She knows she has to take the stand, testify under oath. Instead of take the stand, testify under oath, be cross-examined, she dismisses the restraining order against him. Shortly thereafter, you hear that she files for divorce. And you hear how even as recently as last week, her and her attorney, that she signed off on this, files something saying, because he attempted to kill me, I should get full custody of the kids, I should get the house, I should get half his retirement and keep mine. Things that she would never get absent these allegations. Just last week. Digital forensics. They got good guys that work there. They went through his entire computer, every last search. They were looking for searches like kill, wife, dangerous, hike. They didn't find any of that. They didn't find anything of that. He was looking into infidelity and things like that. He was trying to process it. You'll see how she was as well, listening to audiobooks about affairs and things like that. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you wait till you hear everything. Even the law on self-defense. Even the law on self-defense that you learn at the end. I ask you to keep an open mind. He never wanted her to get hurt. He feels terrible about that. He's disappointed in himself. He had a human reaction, a human reflex to her hitting him with the rock. And then he stopped. And then because of the person that he is, he was so disappointed that he went into this state of depression, suicidal thoughts. And that's why he was on the mountain. This is going to be a complex, long human story. It's also, the evidence will show, going to be a sad one for everyone involved. For Ms. Koenig, their kids, and for Gerhardt. But it's not a simple story. The evidence will show it's not so simple of she had an affair, therefore he had a motive to kill her. The evidence will show human life, human emotions, human interactions are often much more complex than that. So I ask that you keep an open mind, listen to this entire human story, use your logic, reason, and common sense. She said he was trying to load the syringe in the middle of the fight. The evidence will show if he had a plan to use syringes, you think he might have it loaded ahead of time. They mentioned the things that were missing, the syringes. The evidence will show the rock is found right there, right there. The evidence will show if somebody's going to hide evidence, they'd hide all of it. There was no syringes on the mountain, no attempt to throw him off a cliff. The witnesses got there at the very end. They did not see who started it or how it started. I thank you for your time this morning. I thank you for keeping an open mind, as we know you will. As you now know, there are two sides to this story. And it'll be your job at the end to use your reason, logic, and common sense and see which one makes more sense. Was this about not being willing to take a selfie? Or was this about a lot more? Thank you.
Wow. Okay, now we're going to speed things up just a little bit as we start with testimony.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our first morning recess. Let's take a 10-minute recess. Ms. McCallum will collect you just after 10:40, and we'll come back into the courtroom. We'll begin the presentation of evidence.
All right.
We're on speed rewatch, so give me just a minute. We're going to be going a little bit faster, skipping the breaks, getting through this to get to the first testimony. And this is some case. Let's see here. Okay. Looks like we're just coming back from the break here in just a second. Everyone's getting situated. It's going to be spicy. The two sides have very different stories to tell from the same set of facts. Some questions I have the defense did not really address very well. Apparently, we're going to see pictures or hear accounts of how the defendant was covered in blood, that his son saw it on FaceTime, that the police may have seen it when they arrested him. How does all that blood get on his shirt from one hit of a rock? And it's all her blood. How is she kicking him while he's straddling her? Where did the phone go? Where did her purse go? Where did her belongings go that are gone? Is the story that she threw them off? This is wild. This is a crazy case. All right. We're going to start here with Amanda Morris here in just 1 second. Let me skip forward to the moment she starts, just so we can make good time. We've got to catch up on weeks of trial here. So 3, 2, 1. There we go. We're seated, Judge. We're ready.
Case number 6, State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt Koenig, 1CPC-25-373. Dr. Koenig is present in court with all 4 counts of record. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your patience. Again, welcome back to courtroom 15. Before I call on Mr. Garner to begin his presentation of the state's case in chief, each of you, as I indicated earlier, you have a notebook and a pen.
Okay, they can take notes.
You're free to take notes if you want to. You're also not required to take notes. They're there for your convenience. Again, it's just a memory aid for you. Also, keep in mind that if you do take notes,
thank you, Shelley.
You're still able to observe the witnesses.
Could have been an empty syringe.
Mr. Garner, are you ready to present the state's case in chief? Sorry, are you ready to present the state's case in chief? Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Amanda Morris.
Amanda Morris, first witnessed the accident. One of the hikers who responds. Let me just say, I'm trying really hard not to sleep. I'm like vested in this case. I'm also on medication for my back. So baclofen, I'm not sure what that is, but apparently it makes me really sleepy. So I'm sorry, I'm trying really hard not to fall asleep because of the meds. But I'm not going to do a pick-me-up. I'm trying really hard to also lose weight. So eating healthy. Lots of things going on. We're also doing the best we can on the audio to make it listenable.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Please have a seat.
I took I've got prednisone as well, so I've got prednisone and baclofen.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
First things first, can you please state your name?
Amanda Morris.
And Miss Morris, what do you do for work?
I'm an adult ICU nurse.
Where is that?
At Kapiolani Hospital.
All right. Jumping right into it, Miss Morris, I'm going to ask you about an incident from March 24th, 2025, around 10:20 a.m. Do you remember that incident?
Yes.
Where were you at that date and time?
I was at the Poly Outlook about to do the Polypuka hike with a friend of mine.
Very
and
clear.
Who was the friend you were with?
Her name is Sarah.
And what trail were you guys hiking?
The Polypuka Trail.
Can you describe the Polypuka Trail?
Yeah, it's pretty steep when you start. It's pretty wooded. You kind of get up to a clearing that has a ridge that kind of drops off. And if you keep going up, there's a little hole in the rock.
It's the hole of the puka?
Yes.
Have you ever done the hike before March 24th, 2025?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Maybe a handful.
And you mentioned somebody named Sarah. Who is Sarah?
Sarah's one of my friends.
Where's she from?
She's from Canada.
All right. On that date, March 24th, 2025, did you make it all the way up to the puka?
No, we did not.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about if there's any hazards to the trail?
It can be pretty hazardous. Whenever you get up to the ridge, it's pretty narrow, and it has a sheer drop-off.
Okay. Using town and windward side as directions, which side is the drop-off?
The windward side.
Okay. And what's on the town side?
Kind of brushy. I've never tried to get down. It's not hard.
All right. And just to be sure, is the Poly Lookout and the Polypuka Trail both on the island of Oahu?
Yes.
So what happened when you and Sarah started hiking up the trail?
We were a couple minutes in, maybe midway between the start of the trail and kind of where the ridge is at, and we started hearing someone scream for help over and over again.
And what was the person screaming?
Just help me, help me, help me.
Were you able to recognize the gender of the voice you heard?
Yes, it was female.
So you hear a woman's voice screaming, help, help me. What do you think?
We thought somebody had fallen. It's not uncommon for someone to fall because of the ridge being so steep and narrow.
How big is the cliff there?
I don't have an exact number, but it's pretty far down.
So when you and Sarah heard this screaming, what did you do?
We quickly got to the top just because we were worried someone was in danger.
And when you got to the top, can you describe the area you got to?
Yeah, whenever we got to the top, we could immediately see kind of over into the valley, and that leads to the left, which is the little trail.
And, okay, so you get up to the ridge, up to this part of the trail. Do you see anybody up there?
Yes, whenever we turned the corner to the left, we saw a man and a woman.
Okay. What was the position of the woman?
She was laying on her back.
What was the position of the man?
He was on top of her.
Okay, when you first got there, did you see the man doing anything?
Yes, he was hitting her with a rock.
Yeah, that's pretty strong evidence.
Can you describe the area of the trail where you saw the woman on her back and the man hitting her with the rock?
So whenever you kind of turn the corner from like a little ridge section, there's like a little grassy area where you can kind of overlook into the valley.
When you say overlook, what are we overlooking?
Just a steep drop off into the windward side.
And you said you saw the man hitting the woman with a rock. Do you know where he hit her?
Looked like in the head.
What was the man wearing?
It's like a light whitish gray shirt and blue shorts.
If you were to see that man again, would you be able to recognize him?
Yes.
Could you please take a look around the whole courtroom?
Look at everything.
And if you see the male that you saw on that day hitting the woman with the rock,
I like how she
could you point
scans
him
the
out
whole
and let us know
place.
what article of clothing he's wearing?
Yes, this gentleman in the blue.
Sorry?
Gentleman in the blue.
Okay. Your Honor, let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect identification was made.
Okay. Amanda, after you get up to this area, you see the man hitting the woman with the rock. Was the woman saying anything at that point?
She was saying, help me, he's trying to kill me.
After the woman said, help me, he's trying to kill me, what did the defendant do?
They both saw us and he stopped and stood up.
Did the defendant say anything?
No.
Right. Amanda, could you clarify the the timeline order, the three different things you told us this morning?
Mm-hmm.
The three different things, hearing the woman say, he's trying to kill me, hearing the woman screaming, help me, and seeing the defendant hit a woman with a rock. Could you put that into order for us?
Yes, we were hiking up the trail. We heard her screaming, help me, help me. We got up to the top, and whenever we first saw them, he was hitting her, and they both noticed us, and she said, help me, he's trying to kill me.
That's the order.
After the woman said, help me, he's trying to kill me, how did you and Sarah react?
We started to take steps back just because we were pretty close to the edge, and we were afraid that something could happen to us and that we were in danger.
Sorry. Ms. Morris, could you maybe drag the microphone a little bit close to your mouth as well? Thank you. Okay. And if we could get that answer one more time. So I'll ask the same question. After the woman said, he's trying to kill me, how did you and Sarah react?
Sarah and I started to take a couple steps back because we were a little afraid for our own safety since we were kind of close to the edge.
Once you two stepped back, or where did you and Sarah step back to?
Maybe 5 or so feet back, and we kind of turned a little bit of a corner, and that's when Sarah started to call 911.
Once you stepped back and went around the corner, did the woman say anything?
She said, please don't leave me, he's trying to kill me.
Did you and Sarah respond?
Yes, we said, we're not leaving, we're just taking a step back for our own safety, we are calling 911.
Other than asking you to call 911, at that point in time, did the woman say anything else?
No.
When was the next time you saw the woman?
Shortly after, she was crawling towards us.
Can you describe how she was doing that?
On her stomach and hands and knees.
So, and then what was Sarah doing as the woman was crawling to you?
She was calling 911.
Okay. Was the woman able to actually get to you?
Yes.
Where did the three of you go after the woman was able to get to you?
We started going back down the trail.
Was she able to walk on her own?
No, she was not.
Can you describe for everybody how you how the three of you got down the trail?
Yeah, I asked her if she could stand, and she was not able to, so she was able to turn over onto her bottom and scoot herself down.
Did the defendant follow you?
No.
Do you know what the defendant did or where he went after you, Sarah, and the defendant went down the trail?
No, after we backed up, we couldn't see him anymore.
When you got to the bottom, the trailhead, then what did you do?
A police officer was there, and he climbed over the wall, met us, asking us if the gentleman was coming down with us and if she was okay.
How far away were you from the defendant when you saw him up at the top of the trail?
Maybe 10 or 15 feet.
And were you able to get a good look at the woman?
I was, but she was covered in blood.
You say that, it's going to sound like a dumb question next. Did she have any injuries?
Yes.
And what were those injuries like?
Pretty big gashes on the side of her head.
I'm going to approach the witness with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, which has previously been shown to defense counsel. May I approach? You may. Ms. Morse, without showing the jury yet, do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
What is this?
That is the injuries that we saw on the woman.
Here's a
coming
content
down from
warning.
the mountain.
Does this photo fairly and accurately depict the woman's injuries as you observed them on March 24th, 2025?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves to enter Exhibit 1 into evidence.
No objection. With the mark for identification of State's Exhibit 1 is received into evidence.
Does the state have permission to publish?
Granted.
It's going to be shown, guys. If you don't like blood, this is the time to look away.
All right, Amanda, can you, using this exhibit that you have, show us where you saw the gashes on the woman's head?
Yes, they're on the side right here.
I'm sorry, if you could answer it into the microphone.
Oh, I'm so sorry. They're on the side of her head right here. You can see them.
Ms. Morris,
It's not
when you
official.
step down, there is actually a pointer on the rail right behind the television. That might help.
It's right up here.
Let me...
Oh, is that?
Yes.
I could show them. Hold, please. No. I don't think we will. We'll skip.
Thanks for pointing that out. Ms. Morris, do you know this woman's name?
Yes.
Who's the woman shown here in Exhibit 1?
Ariel?
Ariel.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thanks for talking.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Morris.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Okay.
It's a little hard to hear, speaking to the mic. My name is Thomas Otaki. I'm the attorney for Dr. Koenig. I just have a few follow-up questions for you. You mentioned that you've done this hike a handful of times before this March 24th date. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so you went on it, I guess, in initial time, and then you felt, you liked it, and then you went back and did it a couple other times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't the type of hike where, you went on it once and was like, oh, it's too dangerous, I'm never going to go again. You went back, and you were back again on this March 24th hike, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, because you've gone on this hike multiple times, you're familiar with the parking lot area, yes?
Yes.
And the hike trail shares a parking lot with the parking lot for the Plea lookout, correct?
Yes.
And in your experience, that parking lot is often filled with tourist cars, rental cars, and people, correct?
Yes.
Can you always find parking?
Yes.
Okay, but there's often tourists going to the lookout and tour buses that share the same parking lot as the trailhead, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you arrived there on the date of the incident, it was mid-morning, maybe a little after 10 a.m., is that right?
Yes.
Lots of yeses here.
You mentioned starting off on the trail and then hearing some yelling, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you were about 5 minutes into the hike, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So 5 minutes in walking from this parking lot that has the tour buses, the people, and rental cars, correct?
Yes.
You mentioned the trail, it can be pretty narrow, hazardous, but there's places it's hazardous and there's places it's not as hazardous, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you heard this yelling and you guys tried to get there quickly, yes?
Yes.
Because you thought somebody had fallen off a cliff, right?
Yes.
In other words, you didn't think at the time somebody was being attacked because they weren't yelling, help, help, he's hitting me, he's killing me. They just were yelling and you thought they had fallen off a cliff, correct?
Yes.
You guys get there quickly, and your friend Sarah Bosch, how do you say her last name? Boschbaum?
Brooksbaum?
Brushbaum?
So close.
We'll call her Sarah.
Sorry, I can
So your
laugh.
friend Sarah is with you, yes?
Yes.
And she was kind of going up, when you guys heard it, you guys kind of quickly went up together, correct?
Yes.
And she was kind of like right by you when you guys got there, right?
Yeah, she was right behind me.
Right by you, yes. You indicated that you see a man, women on her back, a man on top, and you indicate you see him hitting her with a rock, but you only saw him hit her one time, correct?
Yes.
Back away. Was it you or Sarah who called 911? Sarah, right?
Sarah.
And then the female that you've come to know is Ariel. She starts crawling down to you guys, correct?
Yes.
And even as you backed away, she was talking or yelling out to you guys, don't leave, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he was, at the time, at least when you had backed away, Gerhardt was still there, yes? At
he
the
was on
time,
my
at the
side.
time you saw the,
Yes.
before you backed away, correct?
Mhm.
And then right after that, you heard her yelling, wait, or like, don't leave, or something like that, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a picture
And
from a
Gerhardt
distance.
doesn't
Ready?
say anything to you guys, correct?
Correct.
And he doesn't, from what you saw, he doesn't come down and try to stop Miss
that's
Koenig
the
from crawling
injury.
away, did he?
No.
He let her crawl down to where you guys were, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't get aggressive with you guys at all or yell at you, anything like, get the F out of here. He didn't communicate with you at all, correct?
Correct.
And as she was crawling down to you, he doesn't come back and kick her or hit her with the rock again. He lets her get back to where you guys are, right? Or get to where you guys are, right?
Yes.
It was really bright. It's overexposed image.
You're in ICU nurse, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. During the time period you were assisting Ms. Koenig, she did not lose consciousness, correct?
Correct.
She was awake and alive and scooting to you, yelling out to you guys, correct?
Yes.
Initially, you indicated she could not walk, but when you guys got to the bottom by the trailhead, she stood up and walked towards the wall, correct?
No, she scooted towards the wall and onto the wall, and we helped her down from the wall.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to, Defense Exhibit 177 is body cam video.
You're going to impeach her?
One of the officers. If we would seeing the police officer's body cam videos of when the three of you guys are coming off the trailhead help you refresh your memory as to whether she stood up and walked down?
Yes.
Okay.
They're refreshing her recollection. This is
Your Honor, I
an
apologize.
impeachment, basically.
I wasn't able to have, I wasn't able to show it to her ahead of time. Is there stipulate to the showing the?
Do you have it on a smaller player, like an iPad?
We can, if we can take 1 sec, I apologize.
Or just on a computer or laptop?
Sure, can we approach and show her? Okay. And with no audio. Okay. Mr. Darcy is going to come show you the video. Okay.
Okay.
And just watch it to yourself, and then I'm going to ask you a question after when you're done.
Now's not the time to have tech problems, dude. Yes. Oh.
Okay, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, thank you.
So when I know it's been a while, so when you guys got towards the bottom, she did stand up and walk towards the wall before she got down, correct?
Yes.
All right. And ma'am, you never saw any vials or syringes, correct?
No.
Well, I asked that the wrong way. Did you see any vials or syringes?
No, I did not.
And ma'am, you did not see how the incident started, correct?
Correct.
You did not see who started it, correct?
Correct.
You did not see the whole incident, correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for your time, Ms. Mars. Have a good day.
Can you redirect? Yes, please.
Ms. Morris, in that video that Mr. Dirkster showed you, was Ariel able to walk on her own?
No.
She wasn't?
No.
How was she able to walk?
Sarah and I were on each side of her, helping her.
How were you and Sarah helping her walk?
She was kind of we were holding on to her.
Was Ariel able to walk under her own power?
No.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Was Ariel able to walk under her own power?
No.
We're going to count that objection
A
here.
couple
in
other
just
things I
second.
want to follow up on. You described to Mr. Taki that Sarah was right behind you.
Yes.
Okay, is that when you guys, or when was Sarah right behind you?
Whenever we got up to the top.
Okay, so in order of who got to see the defendant and Ariel first, who got to see her first?
I did.
And last thing, Mr. Taki asked you about the rest of the trail. What's the rest of the Palipuka trail like?
Objection, vague as to the rest of it.
There's another objection. Vague,
You were asked if
sustained.
you hiked the whole trail before, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the, can you describe what the trail is like above where you saw the defendant and Ariel?
It's a pretty narrow ridge to get to the rest of the puka.
Is it more exposed to the cliff or less exposed up there?
I would say more.
Is it more dangerous or less dangerous the closer you get to the puka?
More dangerous.
Thank you.
Very briefly, Aaron. Hey, ma'am, you're asked about her walking. There was a time when you got to the bottom, you saw the video where she stood up and the two of you was side by side, and she was walking on her own legs as you guys are on the side of her, right? Correct?
Yes.
And you're an ICU nurse, right?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't, neither of you let her go and tried to let her walk on her own because you thought she might fall, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't try, so you don't know if she could have walked on her own or not, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can sit down. Watch that first step. Mr. Barney, please next witness. The state calls Sarah Bucksbaum to stand. I could have just a moment.
Okay, the next witness is the other hiker, the other nurse, the one from Canada. We're just going to call her Sarah because she has a hard name. Those scrubs? Is she wearing scrubs?
Can you raise your right hand, please?
Right here. You just solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole
She's
truth,
wearing
and nothing but
scrubs.
the truth. Sit down.
Please, have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, before asking any other questions, can you pull the microphone as close to your face as possible? And as we go through the questions, can you speak into the microphone as much as possible?
Okay.
Okay. Can you please state your name?
Sarah Bucksbaum.
Right. Miss Sarah, where are you from?
I'm from Vancouver, Canada.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a registered nurse.
Right. Jumping right into it, I'm going to ask you about an incident from March 24, 2025. Do you remember that incident?
Yes.
Because we here in Canada.
On March 24, 2025, around 10 a.m., where were you?
On the Palipuka hike.
Is the Palipuka hike on the island of Oahu?
Yes.
What were you doing on Oahu in March 2025?
I was here on vacation.
How long were you staying?
About 2 weeks.
When were you scheduled to leave?
I was scheduled to leave that night, actually.
Okay, so you're leaving the night of March 24th, 2025.
Yes.
Was anybody up with you at the Palipuka on March 24th of last year?
My friend Amanda.
What were you and Amanda planning to do up there?
Just hike.
And what hike were you going to do?
The Palipuka hike.
About what time did you start the Palipuka hike?
At 10:24.
So 10:24 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Had you ever been on that hike?
Yes. Yes.
Sorry. Had you ever been on that hike before?
Yes.
How far into the hike did you get that day?
Approximately like 4 or 5 minutes in.
Can you describe the beginning section of the trail?
The beginning section is a bit of a bamboo forest where you're just uphill with dirt. And then once you're about 4-ish minutes in, you get to the clearing of the ridgeline.
Got it. And what happened as you and Amanda were hiking up the trail?
We started hearing a woman screaming for help.
You said it was a woman screaming?
Yeah, it was a woman desperately screaming for help.
What was she screaming?
Help, help, help.
When you heard the woman screaming, help, 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 what did you think?
We initially thought it was someone falling off the edge of the cliff, so we started running in the direction of the screaming.
And once you heard the woman screaming, help, 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 Where did you go on the trail?
Initially, we were still in that beginning part, so we went up, and then we hit the ridgeline, and then we went a little bit along the ridgeline and came across like a corner, and then that's when we saw the defendant.
Okay. So can you describe, first of all, what you saw when you turned that corner on the ridgeline?
We saw a man, which was unexpected because we had been hearing a woman screaming, and stopped.
What position was the man in?
He was facing the ridge, sort of standing, but crouched a bit.
Did you see anybody else there initially?
Initially, I didn't.
Okay. Did you see anybody else there eventually?
Yes.
Who else did you see?
I saw Ariel.
What position was Ariel in?
When I saw her, she was on her stomach crawling towards us.
Now, how close was the man to the edge?
Fairly close.
And what was over the edge of the trail?
Nothing. It's just ridge and then drop down.
Got it. Okay, so a drop.
Yeah, a big drop.
Did the man have anything in his hands?
He had a rock.
If you were to see the man again, would you be able to recognize him?
Yes.
If he's in the courtroom today, could you point him out and let us know an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's wearing the blue shirt.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Record will reflect identification was made.
Can you describe the condition of the woman as you saw her?
Her face was covered in blood. Her head was covered in. She was just fully covered in blood.
Did the woman say anything?
She screamed, "Help! He's trying to kill me. Call 911."
Okay. What was the position of the defendant and the woman when she screamed, "Help! He's trying to kill me"?
He was standing above her.
And where was she?
She was laying on her stomach.
After the woman said, "Help! He's trying to kill me," what did you do?
We initially backed up a bit because we were right on the edge and we didn't want to get attacked. So we backed up so we were in a safer area. And as we were backing up, I was calling 911 and Amanda was yelling at her saying that we were calling for help.
In that 911 call, what were you telling the dispatcher?
What we had just seen, that we saw a woman said that she was being attacked.
I'm sorry. Sarah, I think I asked that question. When you were making that 911 call, were you describing what you were seeing as you saw it or immediately after?
Immediately after.
I'm going to approach now with this one marked as State's Exhibit 3, previously provided to defense counsel.
I was going to play my...
Okay, sir, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 3. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a recording of the 911 call.
Did you review what's on this disc?
Yes.
What is on the disc? I'm sorry, you've already answered that. Is the recording of the 911 call on that disc a true and accurate recording of what you described to the 911 operator on March 24th, 2025?
Yes.
After you reviewed the disc, what did you do with it?
I signed it, and then they put it back, and then they took it away.
Okay. Is that the same disc you reviewed?
Yes.
That your signature on the disc?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, the state will move Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Mr. O'Connor. No objection. What is marked for identification as State's Exhibit 3 is received into evidence.
Okay, and Sarah, if you can bear with me for a moment, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 3.
Remember, with this blink rate, we are watching on high speed, so it's accelerating the blinks a little bit, but only by about 25%.
And ladies and gentlemen...
Sorry.
Go ahead, publish.
Okay.
Hi, someone's currently being attacked on top of Polly Puka. Where? There's a man trying to kill her. She's blood all over her face. Where is this at? Polly Puka, the hike at the lookout. Okay, so Polly lookout. She's on the Polly Puka hike, and he's currently attacking her. Okay, where? How far is the hike, or is it the entrance? Where? We're probably like 5 minutes into the hike. Really quick. Okay, what are you seeing? We heard her screaming, "Help! Help! Help me! Help me!" And then we saw a man over her, and then she crawled out with blood over her face, saying that he's trying to kill her. Did she know him? I don't know. Okay, where is he at? What is he wearing? He was in a t-shirt, white. He had brownish, sort of curly hair, Asian, Caucasian, Hawaiian, white guy. Yeah, white guy. And then what kind of shirt? T-shirt, maybe. I'm sorry, shorts. Pardon? What kind of shorts? I didn't see. He's wearing short stuff. Okay, and did he walk away from her? No, he was not. We walked away because we didn't want him to attack. Okay, so he's still there. Yeah, they were both hiking. And was she Caucasian? What is she wearing? It was hard to say. She was covered in blood and she was crawling. Okay, and then, so she's 5 minutes. The man is here. The girl is here. She's wearing a purple tank top. She's okay. She's covered in blood. She's near us, though. Does she have a weapon? Did he have a weapon? He didn't have a weapon. Okay, it's a rock. He was getting rid of a rock. Okay. Is this the Poly Lookout? Is that the one on the town side going towards, or is it on the Kailua side? The Poly Lookout. We need an ambulance, but it's on the town side. There was an accident. The police were actually really close to the entrance because there was an accident. Okay, that helps me. Okay, and then what is your name? Sarah. Sarah. Okay, we'll send somebody out there. Just look out for the officer. I'll send the ambulance. Definitely need an ambulance. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. You okay?
Wow. The space and time, the timeliness of that.
After you made
That's
that 911
impactful.
call, Sarah, what did you and Amanda do next?
We hiked down with Ariel.
Can you describe for us what it was like hiking down that trail with Ariel?
She wasn't able to walk, so she scooted down on her bum. Initially, she was behind us. At one point, she asked if she could just be in the middle because she wasn't sure if he was going to come back and attack her. So Amanda was in the front, Ariel was in the middle, I was at the end, and I was just looking around to see if he was going to come back or not.
Were you able to successfully get down to the bottom of the trail?
Yes.
Did the defendant follow you at all?
No.
When you were up on the trail, when you initially got to that clearing and saw the defendant, were you able to get a good look at him?
Yes.
Did you make eye contact?
Yes.
How long did you make eye contact with the defendant for?
Approximately 30 seconds.
Can you describe seeing the defendant's eyes?
It's like a cold, emotionless stare.
How did you feel as you
And a lot of blinking.
I felt very uneasy.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
No further questions.
Cross-examination coming up.
Cross-examination. Good morning, Ms. Bushbaum.
Hi.
You indicated 30 seconds, hold, stare, looking into his eyes for 30 seconds. Uneasy feeling you had, correct?
Yes.
Good look at him, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true later that same day when the detective showed you a photo lineup that you initially picked the wrong person out of the photo lineup?
That was the next day.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I apologize. The next day, you
yes.
picked the wrong person out of the photo lineup initially, correct?
Initially, because...
That's just my question.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you pick the wrong person out of the photo lineup initially?
Yes.
And then when the detective said, keep going, then you said, oh, wait, that's him later, correct?
When I saw his eyes, yes.
Yeah. Well, number two who you picked, you saw the eyes, correct?
They had stated that it could be like an older photo of him and he could look different.
I'm just asking you, when you looked at photo number two and said that was the person, you could see that person's eyes in the photo, yes?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, you live in Canada?
Yes.
All right. If the prosecutors flew you in to testify today, yes?
Yes.
And this was not the first time doing this hike, was it?
No.
And you had gone on the hike before, correct?
Correct.
And you felt the hike was safe enough for you and your friend to go again, yes?
Correct.
I wanted to just ask you, you just more out of curiosity, you indicated you started the hike at 10:24?
Correct.
That's pretty specific. Did you have like a...
Amanda had started exercise on her watch.
Okay, got it. So that's helpful. So,
yeah.
And you guys went back and looked at the watch when it was started?
Yes.
And it showed 10:24?
Yes.
Okay, that's very helpful. So you guys started the hike at 10:24 a.m. on March 24th, correct?
Correct.
All right. 10:24 a.m. The parking lot shares a parking lot with Poly Lookout, yes?
Correct.
As you indicated, you guys were just about 4 minutes into the hike, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, on the 911 call, we can hear you saying, "Oh, we're really quick in, just about 5 minutes in." Yes.
Correct.
So when you heard this, you were just about 4 to 5 minutes in from the busy parking lot where the tourists park to go to Poly Lookout, correct?
Correct.
You heard the yelling. You ran towards it quickly, and when you show up, you said your friend was in front of you?
Correct.
But you were right behind her, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Wonder if the nurse background with the medical notations give them this skill
And
to
in
be
fact,
great
you
witnesses.
didn't see the man hit the female, correct?
Correct.
She's doing perfect as a witness. She is
Back
absolutely
away, and you called 911, yes?
Correct.
That was your voice on it?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned at some point she starts kind of crawling towards you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. when you guys backed away and she was crawling towards you, the man that you saw, he didn't continue to, he didn't run after or attack the lady at that point, correct?
No, correct.
And he wasn't aggressive towards you in any way?
Correct.
And from when you were interacting with the female, she did not lose consciousness, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned her kind of crawling down. At the very end, when you got towards the wall, she stood up and you guys kind of helped, and she walked towards the wall, correct?
Yeah, there was myself, Amanda, and I believe an officer that were trying to help get her down the wall. Yeah.
And well, before you got to the wall, she stood up and walked towards the wall, yes?
With us supporting her.
Right. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
With us supporting her.
And you did not get a good look at the rock that was in his hand, correct?
No, probably saw it briefly.
Okay.
Wonder how big the rock was. It's a couple things here. If it's a rock on Hawaii, it's probably volcanic.
And I'm sorry, I should ask you something. How do you pronounce your last name? Is it
Buxbaum. Buxbaum?
Buxbaum?
Buxbaum, yeah.
Miss Buxbaum, you did not see how the incident started, correct?
Correct.
And you did not see who started the incident, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you did not, by the time you got there, you didn't even see anybody hit anybody, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never saw a vial or a syringe, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Safe travels.
Can you redirect? Yes.
Address the lineup issue and the.
Okay. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
You were asked some questions about a photo lineup.
Correct.
And it sounded like you wanted to say something, but didn't get a chance. So what did you want to say?
Initially, they had told us that the photos for the photo lineup could be old photos. They could be, he might not look like that currently. So that's why initially I thought maybe it might have looked like him. I wasn't 100% sure. But then when they showed the photo of him, I just had like this feeling within me. Like I saw the eyes and it was immediately, I knew right away. Like I had a gut reaction. I had a body reaction. It was very apparent that was him.
Wow.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
What a great,
But you did initially pick out a different man, right?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
great rehabilitation of that witness. It's like a master class in trial right here. This is good. All right, we're going to go off the record for a bit, so we're going to skip ahead because we can. We're on catch up, so give us a minute here to. A minute to get caught up. All right, this is some strong evidence. Can't wait to hear from the defense.
I'm sorry, I thought we were calling for a lunch recess. We are. No. I also thought lunch.
Yeah, I thought lunch, but I think the officers aren't coming till after.
Officers should get here around noon.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I misunderstood as well.
Are we going to lunch?
We just have the jury when I come back.
We're gonna finish more.
You already called the lunch recess now.
Yes. I thought that was clear.
The judge is like, I'm going to lunch. What are you guys doing?
10 minutes and then get to lunch.
Mr. Bakar's eating already.
I'm sorry for the confusion. We are moving actually pretty fast.
Yeah, we're good on time. We're gonna finish because that's the only other two you have today, right?
2 more witnesses.
Yeah, they're gonna be not that long.
2 more witnesses on day 1.
What time do you guys want to come back? 12:45.
Yeah.
Sorry, Oriana. Can you just tell them early lunch, come back at 12:45?
All right. So they're going to go to lunch. We can skip ahead, but we might also all take lunch because we can. So give us a minute. Skipping ahead, we only have 2 more short witnesses to go over today. Or, well, I think we could do all of this before lunch. What do you think? Think we could do all of it? I think we could. Let's buckle up. Here we go. Okay, defendant's brought back in wearing a jacket this time. He is in custody. Jacket comes off. I don't know. I've never seen people wear coats in Hawaii before. This is a first for me. What's the weather like in Hawaii mid-March? I thought it was always like paradise. Next witness up. Thank you, Josh, for the pinned message. is going to be William Oku Jr., who's from the police department, one of the first responding officers on the scene. Probably came right up from the accident just around the corner. Probably got there real quick that way. When there's more pressing call, you leave the one you're on. Attempted murder in progress. We're moving on. We're going to move on. I'll get lunch later. Plus, I already had a little snack. I ate some dill pickle flavored cashews. And we're staring at the ceiling one more time. Makes you feel like you're in the hospital getting treated for something and you're not sure what it is. All right. We'll fast forward one more second. There we go.
Gerhardt Koenig, 1 CPC-25-373 for further jury trial. Dr. Koenig is present in court. All 4 counsel of record are present. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. Welcome back to courtroom 15. I apologize for the miscommunication before our early lunch break. I misunderstood what the attorneys were telling me when I had that bench conference with them. So what I thought was going to be a regular recess ended up being an early lunch recess. So thanks again for your flexibility. The silver lining to the early lunch is with a little bit of luck, we might end a little bit earlier than expected, which means you get an earlier start in the home in the bad weather. So there might be a silver lining to this. So thank you for your flexibility.
Bad weather. Apparently it's raining.
Mr. Garner, are you ready with the state's next witness? Yes, Your Honor. The state calls William Oku III to the stand. Can you please stand? Raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, before we go any further, can you hold the microphone as close to yourself as possible?
All right.
And do your best to speak into the microphone for the rest of your testimony.
Look at that suit.
Okay. First of all, can you please state your name?
William Oku III.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a Honolulu police officer.
How long have you been employed by HPD?
Just a little over 10 years now.
And a
Were
fire
you employed
dancer.
on duty
my
on
spare
March
time.
24th, 2025?
Yes, I was.
What was your assigned unit on that date?
During that time, I was part of the strategic enforcement detail under the homicide detail.
On that date, were you dispatched to the Poly Lookout area?
Yes, I was.
And around what time did you get there?
It was approximately 12:45 p.m.
Was the Poly Lookout in the surrounding area in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes, it is.
In general terms, can you explain what your involvement at the Poly Lookout area was on March 24th, 2025?
Sure, I was assigned to canvass that area.
What is canvassing?
Usually in this case would be you were looking for something in that area, in layman terms.
And in this case, what was the primary thing you were canvassing for?
A suspect.
Okay. Other than the suspect, were you canvassing for anything else?
Oh, no, not at that time.
Can you estimate how many people were involved in the canvassing on March 24th, 2025?
Sure, approximately 5 officers,
Okay.
including myself. Yeah.
Is this all officers, or is this a specific unit you're talking about?
Just a specific unit,
Okay, which unit had about 5 officers there?
the strategic enforcement detail.
Were there any other agencies present?
Yes, there was.
Who else was there?
I believe it was DLNR and DoCare.
All right, and did you prepare any diagrams as part of your work on this case?
Yes, I did.
Would those diagrams help explain the rest of your testimony today?
Yes, it will.
Gotcha. All right, I'm going to approach with what's been marked as States Exhibits 18 through 21, previously shown to defense counsel. Officer Oku, I've handed you what's been marked as States Exhibits 18 through 21. Do you recognize what these are?
Yes, I do.
And what are these?
These are the diagrams that I've constructed.
Say you constructed them. Did you prepare them yourself?
I did.
How did you prepare them?
I used this hiking app that I used. I'm not too sure. I recall which one it was, though.
You say it's an app. What device was it on?
On my phone. Or, sorry, excuse me, it was on the computer. I can pull it up.
You say it was a hiking application?
Yes.
What area of the island do these diagrams depict?
This is a New Wanupali area.
And then, are you familiar with the New Wanupali area yourself?
I am. I've worked there in the New Wanu area in the earlier part of my career.
And are you familiar with the specific areas that your diagrams depict?
Yes.
Do these diagrams reasonably depict the Poly Lookout area and the Poly Puka Trail area on March 24, 2025?
That's correct.
At this point, the state moves Exhibits 18 through 21 into evidence. No objection. What has been marked for identification as States Exhibits 18 through 21 inclusive will be received into evidence? All right, Officer, you can put those diagrams down for now. I'm going to have anything you do be on the big screen next to you, and then if you can see there's a pointer to your right, as I ask you to demonstrate, if you could use that, please.
Okay.
And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, while Mr. Garner is publishing the diagrams and the exhibits, I should tell you, whatever exhibits are published here in the courtroom, this is not the only time that you get to see them. They will be made available for you. In fact, they'll go into the jury deliberation room with you, so you can review them during your deliberation. So this is not the only time that you get to see these.
The jury gets the exhibits.
Thank you.
during deliberation.
Okay, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 18 right now. Officer Oku, could you explain, or could you orient us to this diagram?
Yeah.
And if you can step down, if you do step down, could you keep your voice up?
For sure.
You are
So
here.
This is the diagram that I created, which was the area of the new one, Plea and Plea Lookout Trail.
Where's the Poly Highway on this diagram?
That would be this yellow line here.
And that sort of in the central area of the diagram?
Correct.
He's using the pointer stick.
Where is the
correctly.
Poly Lookout on this diagram?
This is the Plea Lookout here.
Okay. And is on the bottom right?
Correct.
Where is the Poly Puka Trail on this diagram?
The pink one.
That would be this area here, which is a ridge line.
And I know you said you used a computer application, a hiking application to make this. Did you add anything to the diagram?
Specific locations, yes.
Okay. We're going to go through those. I see a red X on the right side of the diagram. What does the red X represent?
Sure, this red X depicts where the scene was.
What does the black star in the central area represent?
This is the black star here, which is along on Plea Drive, I believe, and that is where the suspect was located.
Ooh.
What does the purple area represent on the right side?
This purple area represents the, I guess, area I searched. I conducted a search, and it's just the boundaries.
Got it. Okay, I'm going to keep you standing there. I'm now going to publish State's Exhibit number 19. Okay, Officer Oku, could you orient us to this diagram?
Okay, sure. This is another view of the Plea Lookout area, just closer up.
I see a shaded gray area at the bottom, on the bottom middle right. What is that?
This is the parking lot of the Plea Lookout.
Also, there's a bunch of these horizontal lines on the map. What are those?
These lines here?
Yes.
These are our what they call contour lines, and in a topography map, it represents the, I guess,
change in elevation.
Elevation gain, or and/or if the lines are closer together, it represents that the terrain is steeper. If it's further apart, the terrain is usually flat. And in a topography map, it usually just indicates the slopeness of the terrain.
How many vertical feet of elevation are between each line in this diagram?
Approximately. Just foundational objection. State.
Do you know the amount of vertical feet that are between each line?
About 40 feet.
Well, yeah. It's the same objection. I mean, it's just a lack of foundation in terms of who made this map, where that hearsay information is.
State. Foundation, please. Officer Oku, are you familiar with topographical maps?
I am.
How do you become familiar with them?
I use it while I hike.
Sorry?
I hike and I use it while I hike.
And are you able to determine the elevation difference between each line of the map?
Yes.
How would you do that?
Usually it goes by about 40 feet.
Okay. I'm going to go back.
Can we approach? Sure, come on.
There's another objection. That takes us up to 7. We're going to speed right along because we can. Not sure how long they're going to sit at sidebar. All right, they're done. Sidebar's over, iris up. There we go. Just waiting for audio.
Comments about distance of the line, I ask that be stricken.
Officer Oku's last testimony about the distance of the lines stricken from the record.
We're going to move on, officer. Okay. Looking at this purple area on the right side, can you remind us what that was again?
Yeah, this was the area that I conducted a search for the suspect.
How long did you search for the suspect in this area?
That was approximately 4 to 4.5 hours.
What was the terrain like in that area?
It was dangerous. Vegetation was dense and difficult to traverse through.
What was the slope like?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last.
The terrain is dangerous and to traverse through.
Okay, thanks.
When you say difficult to traverse through, sorry, tongue-tied. When you say the terrain was difficult to traverse through, what made it difficult?
First of all, the steepness of the terrain, the vegetation and growth, and the limited space for you to walk.
Now, you mentioned a bit about dense brush. What was the plant cover like in that area?
It was heavy, but the trail, there's obviously a trail, but to the left and right, it was heavy.
And what was the specific coverage like kind of at the ground level?
It was rock, scree, loose rock, boulders, and plants.
And what was the ground coverage like off of the trail?
A little more dense brush.
Did you have any safety concerns canvassing this area?
I did.
What were those concerns?
Obviously, the safety for myself and other officers, either falling off of the cliff, and also the suspect.
Right. I'm going to move on and publish State's Exhibit number 20. Officer Oku, can you orient us to where to what this diagram is showing?
Sure. This specifically shows the area of where I searched and the public lookout.
Okay. Is this the same view or a different view?
It's the same view.
Now, I see the purple area goes above the red star. Can you remind us one more time what the the red X is?
Yeah, the red X is the scene.
Okay, and the purple area, it appears to go far above that on the map?
That's correct.
What was the terrain like above the scene?
It became increasingly more dangerous, a little more narrow, and exposed.
And for non-hikers, what is exposed?
Sorry, exposed to the cliff face a little more, and obviously the weather.
What was the terrain like an area on the left side of this diagram, on the town side?
The town side, there was a slight decline going down into a heavily forested area.
And what was the... Okay, moving on. Last diagram. Publishing State's Exhibit 21. All right. What does this diagram depict?
This is an over-the-top view, like a bird's-eye view of the Pali Highway and the Pali Nuwan area.
You mentioned Nuwanu Pali Road. What is that?
This is the access road that you can access the lookout to.
All right, I'm sorry, I gotta go back just a little bit to State's Exhibit 19. Okay, and I'm actually going to circle an area on the map using the iPad here. What was the terrain like in this area?
Objection, lacks foundation. It's not an area he canvassed. What's his name?
Officer Oak, are you familiar with this area?
I am.
Have you ever been there before?
No.
Okay, how do you become familiar with the area?
Well, I can see that area when I'm hiking up and down. So.
Okay. So what is the, I guess, not the terrain under the trees, but what is the general terrain like that you could see?
It's a mountainside with canvas trees and brush.
Okay. All right, you can have a seat. All right. Officer Oku, did you find the suspect while canvassing for 4.5 hours?
He was located, yes.
I'm sorry. Did you find the suspect?
No, I didn't find the suspect, no.
Did you find any additional evidence while canvassing?
No.
So did you find any syringes?
No.
Did you find a cell phone?
No.
Did you find a wallet?
No.
A purse?
No.
Any vials?
No.
Thank you for your question, or thank you for your answers.
Cross-examination. Thank you. Good afternoon, Officer Oku.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Just a few questions. Now, you indicated that you're familiar with that hike and that parking lot area, is that right?
That's correct.
And is that from your work? Did you used to be on patrol in the Nuwana area?
During patrol and as well as missing persons detail.
Okay. And then also, had you ever hiked on that hike before this?
I have.
Okay. And it's true then that the parking lot that you access the trailhead for, it's the same parking lot for the Pali Lookout, yes?
Correct.
And in your experience in all these different ways, the Pali Lookout at midday, 10 a.m., it can be pretty crowded, yes?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, you indicated you canvassed the area, meaning you searched the area, yes?
Yes.
And in addition to searching for a suspect, you were also canvassing for any evidence pertinent to the case, correct?
Oh, that's correct, yes.
Okay. And so not only are you walking around or hiking around looking for a suspect, but you're keeping an eye out for evidence as well, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you said about 4.5 hours, is that right?
Correct, approximately.
Okay. I wanted to ask you, can we pull up exhibit, Your Honor, it's already in evidence, exhibit 20. If you can put it on the screen, please. Mr. Dirks will help us with that. Okay. Okay. Does it get bigger than that, or? Okay, I think everyone can see it. I guess the question I had is, may I approach, Your Honor? Okay. This pink area here?
Yes.
You said that's the area you canvassed?
That's correct.
Did you have like a GPS thing that helped you pinpoint that was the area you canvassed? Or was this kind of more of an estimation?
More of an estimation.
Okay, so in other words, you took this map and then kind of estimated how far this way or that way and how far up you went, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but no GPS exact pinpointing that these are the areas we canvassed, correct?
Correct.
All right, but your best guess, right? Our best estimate, right?
Yes.
Now, you said that the X is what was reported to you to be the scene, yes?
Correct.
And then you went all the way up higher, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said above the X, when you got higher up, it was more exposed, yes?
That's true, yes.
Meaning exposed to the cliff edge, correct?
Yes.
But you mentioned the lower part where the scene and down that way, down back towards the parking lot, there was heavy vegetation, you mentioned, yes?
Yes.
Okay. I think you mentioned the vegetation was dense, right?
That's correct.
And on the left and the right of the trail, the vegetation was heavy, but there was a trail, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned as you heading up higher, you had some safety concerns. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. What were you? How were you attired that day? How were you dressed that day?
I was in the plainclothes capacity, but I still had my ballistic vest on. My badge was around my neck on the lanyard like this. I also had my department-issued firearm. And yeah.
Did you have any specialized hiking gear or ropes or pulleys or anything like that?
I had a backpack with some water.
Okay. So some safety concerns, but not enough where you felt you could do it, right?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, officer. No further questions.
Any reader? Yes, please. How familiar were you with that hike, officer?
I've done it a few times.
How far up have you gone?
I've gone to a little bit past the puka.
Since we've asked about your experience, I'll ask this. In your experience, what level of danger is this trail?
Well, objection vague.
In your experience, how dangerous is this trail?
Same objection.
Okay, 2 more objections.
It could be very dangerous.
Now, you were asked about the scene and about the brush at the area near the scene. Is there any exposure at the scene that you saw in there?
Yes, there is.
What exposure is there at the scene?
There is the cliff to the right.
And I know you were asked about the estimating the area you searched. Were you able to search the bottom of the cliff yourself?
I attempted to.
How so?
I went on to the Kanyohe side, and I believe that's the golf course area, to see if I could get to the base of the cliff. But due to the, daylight and the accessibility, it wasn't possible.
And you were asked something and brought up the missing persons detail. What was your experience in that area for the missing persons detail?
I've had a few cases where there were missing persons located at the bottom of the Plea lookout.
Understood. Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Any recross based on what was outside the door?
No. Thank you, officer.
Officer, thank you. You can step down. Watch that first step.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brian, state's next witness.
State calls Kang Chuan Wu to this end.
All right, next witness up. We're flying through this. It's our last witness for day 1. Then we'll be taking a lunch. I love how concise the witnesses are. We might get to some witnesses that have, extensive foundation later on, but it's straight to the good stuff. It's straight to the good stuff is what we're having so far. There she is.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. I'm sorry, just give me a moment to get organized.
Great mic placement, little sniffles. Hope that stops.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Before I ask you any other questions, can I ask you to hold the microphone as close to your mouth as possible?
He already did.
Okay.
And as much as possible, speak directly into the microphone for the rest of the day, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. First of all, can we start with your name?
Kang Chuan Wu,
And what is your occupation?
police officer,
And how long you been employed, or which department?
Honolulu Police Department.
How long you been employed by HPD?
Almost 22 years.
Were you employed on duty on March 24th, 2025 at around 10:30 a.m.?
Yes, I was.
On that date and time, where were you dispatched to?
I was dispatched to the Plea lookout.
Is that in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes, it is.
When you got to the Plea lookout, what did you do?
I met with other officers that were on scene. We gathered information.
When you say we gathered information, what does that mean?
We met with 2 witnesses, the complainant.
Is that 2 witnesses, including the complainant, or
2 witnesses and a complainant.
Okay, so 3 people total.
Correct.
And when you say gathering information, is that just speaking to them?
At that point, yes.
Why do you want to gather information when you get to the scene right away?
So we know what's going on, what happened, if we're looking for somebody.
Does quickly gathering information from witnesses at the scene help or hurt any investigation?
That helps the investigation.
Other than the 2 witnesses and the complainant, was there anybody else there at the scene?
There was.
Who was that?
There was a bystander who was giving the complainant first aid.
All right, so once you get to the Plea lookout and you got a handle of what was happening, where did you go?
Myself and Corporal Bulagai went up the trail to attempt to locate the suspect and the scene.
Which trail did you go up?
The Plea Puka Trail.
And were you wearing a body-worn camera on March 24, 2025?
I was.
Was it activated as you arrived to the scene?
Yes,
Was it activated as you went up the Plea Puka Trail?
it was.
And was it turned on the whole way you went up the trail?
Yes.
Can we move
I'm
that
going to
video
approach now
into
with
the
what's been
Google
marked as
Earth?
State's Exhibit 4, previously shown to defense.
Pinned photos. Counting objections, but I can only put so many things on the screen at once right now. I've got all 4 tied up. Starting tomorrow, I
Give me a
can
moment.
technically do more. Got new equipment coming tomorrow.
Okay, Corporal, do you recognize what this is? Or what I've just handed you?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a DVD.
Before testifying today, did you review what's on that disc?
I did.
And after reviewing, what did you do to the disc?
I signed it and date and timed the disc.
Is the video on this disc a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on March 24, 2025?
It is.
Crazy cat, that's wild.
This point will enter states or move to enter
Glad he's
State's
okay.
Exhibit 4 into evidence.
So, no objection, subject to what we discussed off the record.
Understood. So what is the mark for identification as State's Exhibit 4 you received into evidence?
Kings would toss their
Okay.
enemies off the cliff.
I'm going to publish now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4.
There's a pile of defeated country leaders at the bottom.
Okay.
I could do that. Could do a crawler across the top.
All right, publishing now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4.
Oh, here we go.
Okay. Corporal, who is in the photo at the moment, or in the pause? And I've paused at timestamp on the top right, 10:45:04.
Okay. The officer is Officer Chun. The arm behind him is one of the female hikers, and then the other female at the very edge of the screen is the second female hiker. The lady standing in the middle is the bystander that's assisting the complainant who has her head wrapped, sitting on the ground.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and scoot forward in time, officer. Okay, and I'm going to pause here at timestamp 10:46:22. I'm going to play for a few seconds and pause again.
We're either crawling up the mountain or searching on our hands and knees. I think we're crawling up the mountain.
Okay, Corporal, what are you doing at this point?
This is the beginning of the Palipuka Trail, over the wall from the parking lot of the Pali Lookout.
You start by jumping
Our
the
time
fence.
check is now 10:46:32. I'm going to play for just a couple of minutes now, and I'll ask you questions in a moment.
What's the sign? No trespassing? Oh, I love a good bamboo forest. Bamboo is an amazing plant. It grows so fast you can almost watch it. Absolutely incredible. Unless it's growing somewhere you don't want it, and that it's almost impossible to remove. You do have bamboo grows here in North Carolina as well. Extremely invasive. I think it was not native; it was brought here. And, our friends, wow, that's steep. They're on hands and knees already.
I'm going to
Basically,
pause now at 10:47:22. Corporal, how steep is this area?
The initial part of the hike is kind of a vertical or like steep incline.
Did you hike just using your feet? Did you use any other body parts?
Yeah, my hands.
just hands and feet. Didn't use the head much at all for this part. Lots of roots, rough hike. This is not wheelchair access, unfortunately. This is it's brutal. Pauses to rest.
Corporal, I'm going to pause here. 10:47:51. Kind of a strange question. What were you wearing that day?
I'm wearing basically what I'm wearing right now. My Class A standard patrol uniform.
Did you have any gear with you?
Body armor.
Just my duty belt, my bulletproof vest. That's it.
How much does a duty belt weigh?
Altogether, the equipment is probably close to 20 pounds.
Thanks for clarifying. All right, we're going to play again at 10:47:51.
He's giving the officer an excuse for why he's stopping and resting every 10 feet. But hey, I'm with you, dude. I'm tired just watching you hike. All right. Up to the top. Just take a look around.
Corporal, we're going to pause here. 10:48:29. Have you reached the top yet?
No.
Okay. Are you close?
When you mean the top of the trail, yeah.
Objection sustained.
We'll play the
vague.
Starting again at 10:48:29.
Defense is on it on the objections. Oops, sorry, there's two. Just going to one. I think this is one of the best uses of body cam we've ever seen. Now you can make a judgment call yourself if you want to make the hike when you're next visiting Hawaii. Imagine if it was raining when you're trying to do this. This would be extremely treacherous. Slippery rocks, slippery roots, mud.
Corporal, I'm going to pause here at 10:49:31. A couple seconds ago in the video, we saw you pausing. What were you doing then?
So I'm not just hiking. I'm looking for either the scene, evidence, and I'm also looking for the suspect.
All right, playing again at 10:49:31.
It's expensive, but you could probably hire a helicopter to drop you off at the top. Hawaii doesn't have any poisonous snakes, do they? Oh!
Corporal, I've now paused at 10:50:16. What part of the trail are you seeing here?
We're seeing the drop-off.
I believe this is the first part of the edge of the mountain that I arrived to.
Okay. And can you orient us from this screen, which side is windward side, which side is town?
Okay. To the left is town, and then to the right where the edge is Kaneohe or Windward.
Playing at 10:50:16.
That's a pretty narrow little span.
Pausing at 10:50:36. Why'd you go back?
There was no other way to go. I had to turn around.
So you had a dead end at that point.
Yes.
All right. Playing again at 10:50:36.
No snakes in Hawaii. That all by itself might be reason to live there.
Corporal, pausing at 10:51:08. What section did you just go through there?
It's just a little bit further up from that first opening.
Need a metal detector. I have found syringe needles before with the metal detector. Especially if they're like stainless needles. Man, you guys are just adrenaline junkies, snow houses.
Corporal, what part of the trail is this?
What timestamp?
Oh, I'm sorry. Timestamp 10:51:37.
It's just a little bit further up from that last opening, and then I can't really tell if the item is in the trail yet or not.
Okay. I will play at 10:51:37. If you ever want me to stop, just please say stop, okay?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Stop.
So what is this?
This is the complainant's sweater that was on the hiking trail.
Okay.
What timestamp?
Timestamp 10:51:45. I'm going to play that same timestamp right now.
Looks like a little grassy knoll. Officer's leaning on a tree, just catching his breath. I think, is that
Corporal, what are we looking at right now?
That would be the Kaneohe, the windward side of the island.
Windward.
Okay. And if you could, sorry, sorry, 10:52:21. Okay, I'm gonna play again at the same timestamp. I'm going to move ahead in time. So I'm going to pause here at 10:52:46. I'm going to scoot ahead in time a little bit. Okay, Corporal, this is now at 10:53:26. What area of the trail are we looking at? Oh, I'm sorry. And pausing at 10:53:31. What area of the trail are we looking at right there?
Okay, I believe we went down past the sweater on that trail. And then over here, there's kind of like an offset or like another little strip of the trail that you can walk off of the main trail. And then you can see the windward side, Kaneohe, in like that kind of really bright spot of the video. And then I believe this is the scene.
Okay. Did you actually go and look at the scene in this portion of your body-worn camera footage?
I did. I mean, I think at this point of my body-worn camera, I still wasn't sure that this was the scene or not. But later on, it is identified as the scene.
Did you take any photos of the scene?
I did.
Okay. And did you take any photos in general in your report?
Submitted with my report? I did.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm going to take State's Exhibit 4 down right now, and our end timestamp is 10:53:31. Okay. Corporal Wu, I'm going to approach now with Exhibits 5 through 14, which have previously been shown to defense. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Corporal, I've handed you what's been marked as States Exhibits 5 through 14. Can you take a look through all those for me, and then when you're done, look up?
Man, these meds are killing me. I mean, not literally, but I should not be this sleepy. Got plenty of rest.
Okay, have you finished looking through all the exhibits?
Yes.
And do you recognize what I handed you?
Yes.
What are these?
These are photos that I took of the scene.
Do these photos fairly and accurately depict the scene as you observed it on March 24th, 2025?
Yes, it does.
The state will move to enter exhibits 5 through 14 into evidence.
No objection. Thank you. Please mark for identification as States Exhibits 5 through 14 inclusive.
Feeling much better.
Corporal, I'm going to publish those photos up on the screen, and for each one, I'm going to ask you to explain a little bit. I'm going to start a little bit out of order. So, Corporal, I'm going to publish now States Exhibit 13. What are we looking at in this photo?
Is it okay to look at the...
Yeah, and if you need to step down, please let us know.
What are we looking at?
Okay. That is a photo of where they intended to take a selfie from the ledge.
Objection. Lacks foundation, calls for speculation, hearsay. To that sustain.
So we're going to strike the last answer. Just physically, what is in the photo?
It's the trail, or the edge of the trail of that one kind of side trail off of the main.
Oh, this is a side trail you were just mentioning a minute ago?
From this.
Okay, and this is a still photograph of that?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing States Exhibit 5 now. What is this photo of?
This is a rock that I found in the area, in the brush.
What area of the brush?
The location of the incident.
Okay, publishing States, sorry, where, and I'll move to strike that last answer.
Granted.
Okay. So sorry, officer, when I'm asking where did you find that? Where in relation to the trail?
Oh, it was just to the, if you're looking from that first photograph, it would be to the left.
Okay.
So
I'm actually going to publish now 2 exhibits. I'm going to publish States Exhibit 13 along with States Exhibit 5. Okay, so States Exhibit 13 and States Exhibit 5 are up on the board next to each other. Can you describe how they relate to each other?
The close-up of the rock is in this larger photograph, and it should be in that left portion. You see where it's like where people walk that trail. It should be in that left.
Okay, Corporal, could you take the pointer that's on your right side of the witness stand, and could you direct us to where you took that photo of the rock on States Exhibit 13, the wide-angle photo?
Okay, so it should be over here.
Okay, thank you for explaining. I'm going to take both exhibits down for now. All right. Publish now States Exhibit 6. Okay, Corporal, what is in this photo?
So I moved the rock from in the brush, and I moved it onto the trail.
Okay. I'm now publishing States Exhibit 7. What does this photo show?
It's a close-up of the previous photo.
All right. Corporal, how long did it take you to find the rock?
I don't exactly remember how long it took me to find the rock.
During the time you moved the rock to the middle of the trail to take those photos, did you tamper with, alter, destroy any part of the rock?
No, I did not.
Okay. How did you move it?
With my hands.
Were you wearing gloves?
Yes.
Right. Corporal, how far up the trail did you go on March 24, 2025?
I went about 6 minutes up the trail.
Were you able to locate the suspect on that date?
I was not.
Did you try to find the suspect?
I did.
How did you try and find him?
I tried to look for him, see if I could see him hiding anywhere. I also called out his name
Approximately how many times did you call out his name?
many times.
To your knowledge, was any evidence recovered from the scene?
Yes.
What was recovered that you know about?
The rock and the sweater.
Do you know who recovered the rock?
Our SIS evidence specialist.
Do you remember her name or no?
I believe it was Cobb.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Corporal Wu. No further questions at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So you're Corporal?
Correct.
Okay, Corporal Wu. I have a few questions for you today. Thank you. Is that your patrol area?
It is.
And Poly Lookout parking lot is in your patrol area?
Correct.
Okay. So you're familiar with the parking lot and on 10 a.m., 10:30 a.m. on a day like this. You've been there before?
More than likely, yeah.
And in your experience on patrol in that area, that parking lot is typically pretty crowded, yes?
Depending.
Yeah, but there's tour buses and cars and tourists that go to the Poly Lookout, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you report to the scene, and pretty soon thereafter, you start hiking up the trail, correct?
Yes.
And you said you were in your, did you call them Class A uniform?
Yes.
Like what you're wearing today, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned that, with your belt and your vest and everything, maybe about 20 pounds of gear, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And so you didn't have any specialized hiking equipment with you, did you?
No.
Okay. You didn't have any, hiking shoes or ropes or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And you started up the trail, correct?
Correct.
And you felt safe enough, you felt it was safe enough for you to continue on to the point that you did, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned as you're heading up the trail that there was the main trail, and then there was kind of like you called it, I think, an offset, where you could go off the main trail to look over where you opened up so you can look off towards Kaneohe side, yes?
Correct.
Okay. Could we please go to, if possible, to 1050.16 of Exhibit, what number is it? 4. Okay. This is one that was played earlier. Could no audio. No, yeah. 1 second. Okay. Please play it, Mr. Smith. Okay, and let's stop there. Okay, so this is one of those offsets, right? This is not the main trail right here, correct?
I guess it would be better to use the word branch. Branching off the,
right.
yeah.
This is a branch from the main trail, right?
A branch off of the main trail.
Right. Okay, in other words, you can come down the main trail or up the main trail without taking that branch and going by the edge, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I could have bypassed that branch?
Yeah, right. Okay. You chose to go that way and get closer to the edge to look at it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we can take that down. Now, you mentioned that it took you about 6 minutes to get to the area you believed was the scene, yes?
Correct.
But as you indicated, you were stopping from time to time, is that right?
Yes.
And in part to look for evidence, look for the suspect, is that right?
Correct. I was also making sure I was doing this safely.
Okay.
And looking for the suspect, looking for the scene, evidence.
Catching your breath every now and then? Yeah.
Yes.
A little bit. Okay. But even with all of that, it took you about 6 minutes. Yes, officer?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you get up to the area you described where you located the rock, correct?
Yes.
And then you had, I guess, your cell phone to take some photos. Is that right?
Correct.
And the rock was on the side there, and you took it out with gloves and put it down and photographed it, yes?
Yes.
Okay. One second. You mentioned, and we saw it on the video, there was a sweater on the ground, yes?
Correct.
And that was on the main trail, correct?
Correct.
All right. And eventually, did you walk back down to the parking lot?
Eventually.
Okay. And the only thing that you evidence-wise photographed was the rock, correct?
And the scene?
I mean, right. I mean, the scene, but the scene and the brush. But as far as any object you located, the only thing you photographed was the rock, correct?
The rock, there was some blood.
Oh, you took photographs of that too?
It's part of these.
Okay. And the sweater that was on the video, correct?
Correct.
All right. That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can you read it? Just a moment, yes. Corporal, you were just asked about, or you just talked about the blood you took a photograph of. Could you pull that exhibit and tell me what number is on the back?
Kills Bells, thank you very much for the gifted memberships.
Eight?
Okay.
Oh, S8?
Got it.
Did you want all the?
All right, I'm going to go through and I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 8 right now. I'm sorry, I got to change.
Objection beyond the scope.
No, you asked about blood.
Okay, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 8. Okay, Corporal, can you point us out to the blood you photographed in this one?
Right there, there's a small drip of blood on that piece of wood.
Okay, and I'm going to zoom in.
Yeah, we see it. Oh, boom.
Corporal, can you point us out to the blood in this exhibit right now, Exhibit 8?
Right there.
Okay, and you're directing the pointer towards the center of the screen at this point. Did you take any other photos of blood?
Yes.
Publishing State's Exhibit 9.
Defense opened the door to this.
Where was the blood in this photo?
DSN.
There's actually two. So there's this area of blood and also that area of blood.
Okay, and you now directed the pointer towards the center of the screen and the center left of the screen for State's Exhibit.
DSN. OG
9.
37.
Okay. Corporal Wu, I'm going to publish this State's Exhibit alongside State's Exhibit 13.
I need to get this app, Trial Pad for iPad.
Okay. Where was the blood on the State's Exhibit 9 on the right side in relation to State's Exhibit 13?
Also in this brush area.
Wow.
Did we miss any other photos of blood that you took, Corporal?
S10.
State's Exhibit 10. Okay, publishing now. Okay, publish now State's Exhibit 10. Can you point us out to the blood on this exhibit?
You can see the blood on the leaves and then the branch.
Okay, and for the record, you're directing the pointer to the center of the screen.
Correct.
I'm going to publish now alongside State's Exhibit 10 with State's Exhibit 13. Could you orient us to where these two are together? State's Exhibit 10 and 13.
I saw it.
I believe this should also be along the branch of the trail, not necessarily like inside that brushy area.
Okay.
Andrew C. gifted 5 memberships. You guys are amazing. Thank you. This is good police work so far. Defense trying to make it look like the police.
One more thing
just
with this.
Grab some random rock.
Go back to publishing just State's
so.
10. And I'm going to zoom in. Okay, can you point us out to the blood you photographed now?
Here on the leaf, kind of like the branch or maybe bamboo shoot. The leaves over here. I think that's it. I think that's a dried leaf.
And that's the general center and left area of this photo. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right, Corporal. Thank you very much.
Brief follow-up, Your Honor. Could we publish Exhibit 13, please? All right.
Red pen.
Corporal Wu, you just, this was about a year ago, correct?
Correct.
And you just pointed to the area you believe the blood was, right?
Correct.
But you did a report in this case back on the day that you took these photos, correct?
Yes, I did.
And it's a one-page report, correct?
Correct.
And in your report, you didn't document the specific place in this photograph that you found the blood or anything like that, did you?
I would have to look at what the report said, I
Would
guess.
you like to see a report?
Sure.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes. Is it marked?
This is marked as
this one through.
Defense Exhibit. I'm sorry, it's page stamp Koenig P40. This is a report.
Defense is like
Exhibit 189.
States Exhibit 189.
So, officer, you're telling us now there was blood, but you didn't mention it in your
Read it
report.
yourself and let me know.
It's in the pictures.
Right.
It's in the pictures. Unrulia Julia, thank you. You guys are amazing. Just had 25 gifted memberships in the last 5 minutes. Thank you, all of you. He took the pictures. You can see the blood.
Okay, can you hand it
But
back
he
to
didn't
me?
mention it.
Did your report indicate where in this photo you saw the blood?
Not specifically, but in the last line it does say, I mean, I could have read it, like 5 photos of the bush and the trail area.
Yeah, I said 5 photos of blood found in the bush and area along the trail, right?
Correct.
But you're here a year later pointing to this photo saying it maybe in this area, but I mean specifically you never noted specifically where in this photo the close-ups of the blood was from, correct?
Not besides that last sentence in my report.
Not besides the general statement that
Shauna,
5
thank
photos
you.
of blood found in the brush and area along the trail, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you, sir.
Happy Wednesday. Thank you,
No,
Shauna.
thank you. Corporal, thank you. You can sit down.
So generous.
Counsel, offer.
All right, that's our last witness for today. The good news is you get some lunch. The bad news is you're in for another day this afternoon. We've got to haul through this to get caught up.
Procedural matters, and unfortunately, you have not.
Or something else. Sorry.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to release you for the day. It's early.
It is early.
2 bits of good news that go along with the early release. Number one, we're actually ahead of schedule, which is why I'm releasing early.
I love the judge's
First bit of
smile.
good news. The second bit of good news is rain is coming, so it's good that you have an early start on this.
Rain is coming.
Today. I do have some instructions though.
Flooding rain.
Rain is coming. We don't expect it to be like it was last week Friday.
Bring an
I didn't
umbrella.
want any word about suspending court operations. We are planning to be here tomorrow, continue on with trial. I'm going to have your report back at 9:30. But because we're sensitive to the weather now, I would ask you to keep watching the news. If there's any reports about government closures, if you have any questions, call us in the morning, we'll let you know. But I'm anticipating we're going to continue on. We're going to be wet on the commute, but I'm anticipating and expecting a report tomorrow coming back at 9:30. I have a couple of things I need to finish up on my morning calendar. We'll start up at 9:30. A couple of things to keep in mind though. Between now and when you come back at 9:30 tomorrow, remember those 3 rules. You know there's a camera, there's news, there's media about this case. Don't watch any of it. Don't try to look up the case. Okay? Don't talk to anybody about this case. Keep an open mind. Again, do not try to learn about this case outside of the courtroom. Okay? You have to resist the temptation. I know there's news. Don't watch it. Okay? Again, you must decide the case based on the evidence presented here in court. Leave your notebooks on the chair. They'll be waiting for you when you come back tomorrow morning. Okay, all of you have a safe drive home tonight. Have a good night. Safe drive back.
That little tripod in front of the judge.
All right.
It's a gorilla pod is what they call it. Like a gorilla. I'm not going to say gorilla grip, but gorilla pod tripod. Really useful. There are 3 flexible legs, and you can bend them and wrap them around just about anything. You wrap it around a pipe. You can wrap it around the mirror of your car. Gorilla grip court pal. Yes. That's a throwback to the Hannah Gutierrez trial, by the way. All right, that takes us to the end of the day. Today we're going to skip any spicy. I don't think there was any spicy. Yeah, there was nothing really after court. That there's nothing really happened after court. I think I'm coming back, guys. Here's what I'm telling you. The meds I'm on are making me tired. Pretty tired, but they're relaxing my muscles, and my back is so much better, and my arm is not constantly in pain. Thumb still, for some reason, feels like somebody is grabbing it and squeezing it as tight as they can. It's been like that for almost a month now. Well, a full month. It started at the beginning of March. So yeah, I'm tired of people grabbing my thumb, whoever that is. So if people do it in real life, I might be liable just to punch them because I'm so sick of it.
Remember in the beginning when
But
we started 110 years ago?
110 years ago when we started day 1. I think we're coming back. Portal or not coming back. I see that. Let me do a quick check and look at the time Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. We need to see, I need to see the time that we have on day 2. Day 2 is short. Right? I think day 2 is short. Yep, day 2 is short. We're coming back for sure. So let me get this set up as my kids are having a WWF meeting. Just cut it off. You don't need 2 thumbs. Josh, thanks for the good advice. Can always count on you to help us out when we're in need of good advice. All right. Hold please while we build a portal. That way we know we're coming back for part 2. I'm going to name it part. Actually, I need to name this one part 1 because we might watch more than one part some days. So instead of day 1, it has to be part 1. So today is part. Oops. I can tell you what's actually happening in the background. I can, without even seeing it in the other room through the door. I am fully aware that my children are fighting each other with giant inflatable pickles, which look like fat lightsabers.
I'm not going to argue about.
Thank you for those who sent the pickles. They're enjoying those. My youngest particularly is. Okay, view settings. Here we go. It's Dr. Attempted Murder Trial, Part 2. They're having a blast in there. All right, visibility. Give us 45 minutes. How about 2:45? We'll come back 35 minutes. Does that work? Is that enough? That way we won't be going too late, and it'll be all good. My oldest and my youngest are so loud in the other room. And that's through closed doors. All right, new one's up. Looks like Irish Lonnie. I think it's Lonnie. You have to tell me if I spelled your name or said your name wrong. Leone? Is it Irish Leone? How do I say your name? Let me know. Okay, making the link. It's just a matter of time before there's crying because somebody's going to get hurt, but they're having fun right now. So, all right, now we're done. All right, we're good. All right, this is a fascinating trial. The lawyering's great. I love the judge. He's just a happy guy. The facts of the case are eye-opening, shocking. It looks like defense is going to have the witness testify. They've already said in their opening that he's going to testify. So that's going to be exciting to hear that. We know that the wife who survived the attack is going to testify. We know that the son who supposedly received the FaceTime call of his dad covered in the wife's blood and heard a confession, he's going to testify. So great. It's going to be amazing. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live in about half an hour with the second part of this trial as we're catching up on the doctor accused of attempting to murder his wife trial. I called him Gerhardt, but his last name is Koenig or something. I'll have to learn how to pronounce those, and then we'll talk about that. But Gerhardt Koenig is the doctor's name. So more of that to come. You guys stay safe. Have a good lunch. We'll see you in a little bit. Bye-bye.
I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice.
We here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things because we hate you.